So the next process in asset accounting configuration is uh, balance carry forward and year end closing. So at the end of the fiscal year, every fiscal year, the end user needs to perform this uh, balance year end closing and balance carry forward process to close the current fiscal year, previous fiscal year, and transfer the closing balances to the next fiscal year, that is called balance carry forward. But when you are implementing a fresh configuration for asset accounting, then also you need to specify the system that there is no opening balances in the previous fiscal year, and you have to run this program even for fresh configuration. So we are doing the fresh configuration, then also we need to perform these processes to make sure that there is no opening balances exist, and if exist, then that needs to be carried forward to the next year. So first we have to perform this carry forward process, and then system will understand that this is the 2024 is our current year, so now we have to close the previous fiscal year. So let's perform this transaction. So we'll go to SAP, and to perform this transaction, the menu path is SAP Easy Access, then Accounting, Financial Accounting, then Fixed Assets, Periodic Processing, Fiscal Year Change, and Balance Carry Forward. Execute this. Here you have to enter your leading ledger, that is 0L, then your company code, and the fiscal year to which you want to carry forward. Here we will enter our current fiscal year, that is the first fiscal year. Then select this test run checkbox and click execute. So here system have defined two errors. So this is the first error. So looking at these two statements, can you recognize what is the error and what could be the solution?
सर यहाँ पे ये फर्स्ट इसमें बोल रहा है कि इसमें मतलब रिटेन अर्निंग अकाउंट जो है वो डिफाइन नहीं किया हुआ है, तो उसको हमें पहले डिफाइन करना होगा। एंड सेकंड एरर में ये बोल रहा है डिफाइन रिटेन अर्निंग अकाउंट फॉर पीएल स्टेटमेंट। ये सेकंड वाला मुझे नहीं समझा सर, फर्स्ट वाला समझा।
सॉल्यूशन बताइए।
इसे हमें रिटेन अर्निंग अकाउंट को डिफाइन करना होगा।
कैसे करेंगे, क्या प्रोसेस से करेंगे? हेलो, कैसे डिफाइन करते हैं अकाउंट, चार्ट ऑफ अकाउंट में?
सर आई एम
हम्म,
रिमेम्बरिंग
नहीं याद आ रहा है?
नहीं सर, याद नहीं आ रहा है।
डिफाइन रिटेन अर्निंग अकाउंट का मतलब है आपको जीएल डिफाइन करनी है। आपने जीएल डिफाइन की है? हमने
नहीं
रिटेन अर्निंग तो डिफाइन कर दिया है। पीएनएल स्टेटमेंट एक्स को हमने अकाउंट नंबर असाइन कर दिया है, लेकिन हमने जीएल क्रिएट नहीं की है। आप ईयर एंड क्लोजिंग की एक्टिविटी कर रहे हो, बैलेंस कैरी फॉरवर्ड। तो जो ईयर एंड क्लोजिंग का बैलेंस है वो ट्रांसफर किस में होगा? ओके, फॉर दैट रीजन वी नीड this retain earning account. And what is that this period control? I will explain it. Okay, so we have to exit from here. Then we have to go to transaction code FS00, and under liabilities we have to define the GL for retain earning account. It should be, because we have defined this number as retain earning account in P&L statement type X. It should be balance sheet account, then liabilities, retained earning account, control data, sort key 001, and create bank interest G001, field status. And now save. The first error is solved. Clear how to solve that error?
यस सर।
So next error was for period control. And for that, we have to go to SPRO, SAP reference IMG, financial accounting, asset accounting, then depreciation, valuation methods, then depreciation key, sorry, valuation methods, then period control, and then define calendar assignments. Execute, go to new entries, D6, that is your fiscal year variant, and here you have to define when for during each month, each calendar month related to each posting period, how the depreciation is to be calculated. So now here we will define at to pro rata mid period at period start date. Means if the depreciation, if the asset is purchased for in first 15 days of the month, then the depreciation will be calculated as full month for the complete month, or if it is purchased after, then it will be calculated for those number of days. Okay, so here 2024 month will be 4, days 30, and period 1. So as we have to define for all 12 posting periods this calendar assignment. So I have defined till posting period 7 because we are into posting period 7. Now click on save, create request, define calendar assignments for asset accounting. Save and continue. Go back, and then again the next thing that you have to define is generate period controls. Here you have to define your fiscal year variant. Then from fiscal year we will generate 2024. First execute it in test run, and now go back, unmark this checkbox, and then execute as update run, create request, generate period controls, save and continue. So this way you can solve both the errors. And now if you go to, you have to go to again to this node, execute 0L, then your company code 2024, carry forward to 2024, execute at test run. Now it will say that you didn't have defined the open fiscal year. So it says since you want to carry forward the closing balances for to 2024, but you don't have defined that what will be the open fiscal year for asset accounting to post the transactions. That is the meaning of this error. So continue, you have to exit from here, and now you have to go to node year end closing and then execute this node, and now you have your company code and your leading non-leading ledger listed for FIAA company codes. It is opened in display setting mode. So go to general. Now change it. Now it will open in change mode. Go to legacy data transfer. Create new. System will automatically assign sequence number 1. So tell me, our fiscal year starts on 1st of April 2024. Maximum period falls in 2024. Therefore, our fiscal year will be 2024. So, what could be the transfer date to transfer the closing balances of previous closed fiscal year to the current fiscal year 2024?
सर क्वेश्चन समझा नहीं.
लेगेसी डेटा ट्रांसफर का मतलब होता है जो प्रीवियस क्लोज फिस्कल ईयर है उसका डेटा अगले वो क्लोज करना है फॉर डॉक्यूमेंट पोस्टिंग, ताकि वो डेटा आप अगले फिस्कल ईयर में ट्रांसफर कर सको। हमारा करंट फिस्कल ईयर स्टार्ट होता है 1 अप्रैल 2024। सो प्रीवियस ईयर का कौन सा डेट लेगा, ट्रांसफर डेट में हमें एंटर करना है टू ट्रांसफर द क्लोजिंग बैलेंसेस ऑफ प्रीवियस क्लोज फिस्कल ईयर।
प्रीवियस ईयर का मार्च का बैलेंस जितना भी रहेगा सर वो कैरी फॉरवर्ड किया जाएगा?
Yes.
So the date will be 31st March.
कम पूरा करो डेट.
31st March 2024.
Correct. It should be 31st March 2024. Then legacy data transfer, you can go select ongoing, other postings allowed, and document type for which you want to close is AA. Therefore, we have set the status that we are closing for asset posting, other posting should be allowed. Then if you press enter, press enter again, and you will see that the transfer date, it it was updated over here. Now click on save. Now go double click on the leading ledger. Here you will see that the book depreciation close fiscal year is 23, but here it is showing as 23 as open fiscal year. Again, if you go to non-leading ledger, it is showing the same. Again, you have to go back. Now run the fiscal year change again. Now enter both your ledgers, leading as well as non-leading. DL4, your company code, then carry forward to 2024 and then execute. So this is the run is completed. If there were a balances, closing balances, system will list all those balances with GL account number, account description, what is the original account, what is profit center, company code, all that. So now go back and execute it as update run. So unmark this, execute. So it is updated. Now go back, and if you go to this node again for year end closing, and if you go to double click on your leading ledger, now you will find the highest fiscal year is 2024. Same for your non-leading ledger, and close fiscal year is 2023. Now this process is completed. Clear?
Yes.
Now the next process that we need to do is define number range for document posting in non-leading ledger. If you go to the number range, create a number range called transaction code FBN1 and go to your company code and go to change. You will find you have created a number range for all the document types, that is customer account, vendor account, uh, customer document posting, invoice posting, vendor invoice posting, asset accounting posting, depreciation posting. We have defined all the number range for all the document types. But these are number ranges that we define is for the number ranges to post the documents for leading ledger. But now, since we have activated the parallel accounting, we have defined the depreciation areas where the real time posting for parallel accounting should be made. Then we need to define the document number ranges for non-leading ledger also to post the documents for in non-leading ledger. For that, we need to define the number ranges. To how to define? Insert line. Then for DR, I am maintaining it for customer invoice and will define it as 2101 to 2200. Then KR for vendor invoice 2201 2300. Then AA for asset posting 23012400 and AF for depreciation posting 232401 to 2500. Why I have defined these number ranges as custom number ranges, or because the code why I have defined it as alphabets, because since this is a practice server, other users may have defined their number ranges beyond this number. So system might show us that your number ranges are duplicated. Therefore, I have specified the number ranges code as alphabets. So the next thing that we have to define, that we have to go to this customization activity called define document type in ledger, and for all the four document types we have to assign these number ranges that we have created to post document in group for the depreciation area 3 that we have defined. Okay, so then we have to go to this menu path. So go to IMG activity and the menu path will be display IMG financial accounting, then financial accounting global settings, then document and document types, and define document types in a ledger. Execute. Here you have to enter your non-leading ledger. Continue. And now go to new entries. Here first DR, that is customer invoice. We have defined the number range as DR. KR vendor invoice, KR. AA asset posting, AA. AF depreciation postings, AF. So these are the number ranges that we have created in transaction code FBN1, and now we have assigned it to the document types. Save it, create new requests, define document type in a ledger. Save and continue. Clear?
Clear, sir.
Okay. So the major customizations to define the asset account, to create the asset master record, and to test the transaction on asset posting is completed. So now we'll test it by first defining the asset masters and then by posting transactions on it. So the creation of asset master record is a end user activity. With asset master records, you can define the master records for the fixed assets that company is holding, or it might acquire new. There are two parts for asset master. One is asset master data and second is asset depreciation area. In asset master data, you define the description of the asset, whether the cost center to be assigned, inventory number to be assigned, or business area to be assigned. And in depreciation area, you will define the start date for the ordinary depreciation, means from which date system should calculate depreciation on particular asset. We'll create this asset masters under asset class. So the customizations that we have defined on asset class will be applicable to the asset master record during transaction posting and depreciation calculation. So to define the asset master, the transaction code is AS01 and this is the menu path. So we'll go by this menu path. So go to SAP Easy Access and SAP Easy Access, accounting, financial accounting, fixed assets, then asset, then create and AS01. Double click on it. Here we'll create an asset building and this is the asset class for buildings. You can create multiple assets with similar characteristics at a in a single transaction. So here I will create three number of similar assets. So enter the number of similar assets you want to create. Either press enter or select master data. First give the description and you will see the account determination will be there. Go to time dependent data. Here the relevant information you can enter. Then origin. If the asset w- was is already exist for the your client, then you have to enter the origin of that asset. Vendor name, vendor master vendor master you have to vendor name you have to maintain. Then manufacturer, whether the asset was purchased as new or used asset was purchased. Trading partner, original asset number, when it was acquired, all that data you have to enter. Then depreciation areas. Here you have to enter the ordinary depreciation start date. Suppose if you enter the depreciation start date as 1st of August, okay, or if you we can left it blank. If you enter it as 1st of August, then system will understand that the depreciation on this asset to be calculated on 1st of August. So we'll leave it blank. Let's see what happens. Or you can simply enter the date. Okay. So now system will understands that the depreciation on this asset needs to be calculated from 1st of August, not from 1st of April. Now, after entering this data, click on save. Here you are creating three similar asset master records. If you select create, then system will create the asset master as three buildings. But if you click on maintain, then you can differentiate your assets. Now it will show the building 1, building 2 and building 3 as your asset master record. If you directly click on create in the previous screen, it will create the asset master as single asset master that defining three buildings. Okay. So here you can differentiate the asset by renaming it, and you can assign a respective cost centers. If there are different cost centers, you can assign segments, you can assign continue. Now you can select create. The asset 1 to 3 is has been created. Any questions?
सर जैसे कि हमने मतलब 1st ऑफ अगस्त जो डेट डाली है, तो फिर हमें डिप्रिसिएशन फिर उसी हिसाब से चार्ज करेगा नहीं है सिस्टम, या फिर वहाँ पे कुछ मेंशन करना होता है?
डेप्रिसिएशन वही से चार्ज करेगा.
ओके,
आपने मान लो एसेट परचेस किया अगस्त में, तो उसका डेप्रिसिएशन अप्रैल से चार्ज होगा. क्या वो सही है?
नहीं सर।
हाँ, तो यही उसका मीनिंग है.
ओके,
अभी मैं और एक एसेट मास्टर क्रिएट करता हूँ, उसमें हम डेट नहीं डालेंगे. जब
ओके,
डेप्रिसिएशन रन करेंगे तब देखते हैं इफेक्ट क्या आता है.
ओके सर,
ओके.
ओके,
और we can say that we can go to depreciation areas and okay, what else we can do? We go back and then go to change, and for this asset we'll change the depreciation date. Okay, we'll leave it, इसको ही ब्लैंक कर देते हैं, तीनों है उसको. और फिर जो, क्योंकि इसका हमने डेप्रिसिएशन की वगैरह सब देखा हुआ है. जो सेकंड एसेट में करूंगा उसको हम, ठीक है, इसका रख देते हैं, इसका ऐसे ही रखते हैं. वो एक ही एसेट का मैंने कैंसिल कर दिया है. ओके. देखेंगे क्या होता है. बाकी दो का वैसे ही रखते हैं. ओके. सो विल क्रिएट another asset called machinery, and again we'll create three assets. You have to choose the correct asset class. Enter. machinery, then time dependent, origin, depreciation areas. Here we'll specify the same date because we don't know about the, I think here, okay, there is something, okay, there the depreciation start date was already mentioned for that, so we will leave it blank. Okay. So now for this, system will catch the depreciation start date as it is mentioned in this depreciation key under the period control method. So click on save, click maintain. Here also we'll differentiate as machinery 1, machinery 2 and machinery 3. So save it, create. So the asset 101 to 103 has been created. So this is how you can create the assets masters and you can maintain the date for ordinary depreciation start date. So the next thing is Asset Explorer. Asset Explorer gives you the complete detail of the asset. So this is the node Asset Explorer under Asset. So double click on it. So this is one of the asset that we have created, machinery. Its number is 101 because we have defined the number range interval. Accordingly, that number was picked up by the system. Here it will show you the depreciation areas according to the both the accounting principles and their depreciation area numbers. Here it will show you the GL account which is assigned to this class. Then here all the plan values will be defined. Then the posted depreciation, it will show you under posted values. Here it will show you the list of plan and posted depreciation. Under plan values, here it will show you all the transaction posted on this particular asset. So when we post the transaction on assets, you will understand the what details you can check from Asset Explorer. So the next concept is technical clearing account for integrated asset acquisition. So we'll understand this concept with an example. So we have one scenario that we have acquired one asset. The acquisition cost of the asset is 10,000. We have also incurred shipping cost of rupees 200 to get bring that asset to our factory. So the total cost we incurred is 10,200. So as you know that we have maintained two ledger accounts, leading ledger and non-leading ledger, and we have activated the parallel accounting, and we have assigned the two different accounting principles to our leading and non-leading ledger. So the scenario is, according to our local accounting principle, the posting rule or the uh, value of asset to be calculated is that the total cost, that is acquisition cost plus shipping cost, the total cost that you have incurred to acquire that asset should be considered as asset acquisition cost. This is what the local accounting principle says. And the group accounting, according to group accounting principle, the rule is only the acquisition cost to be capitalized. Means only the acquisition cost, that is 10,000, to be recorded as asset acquisition cost. And the expense that you have incurred should be debited to the expense account. So, have you got both the scenarios? Have you understood? Okay. So, then when you record an asset, the system needs to post the transaction of asset acquisition according to the posting rules of both the accounting principles. But the posting rules are different according to both the accounting principles. So then, how this process should be could be uh, automated so that the postings according to both the accounting principles should be made by the system in the uh, into the respective ledger. And for that automation process, SAP have introduced a new concept called technical clearing account in S4HANA, S4HANA Finance. So with the help of this technical clearing account, this process of posting the asset acquisition according to the both the accounting principles is automated. So how this technical clearing account works? So when you post an acquisition entry, asset acquisition entry, or in simple words you can say asset purchase entry, then first system will post an entry called, instead of debiting the asset account, system debits the technical clearing account and credit the vendor account. This is, and it will post the entry for the both the accounting principle for both the ledger. Okay, so this part is called the operational part, because you will get an credit amount for vendor, so you will have that operational amount, that you have the payable amount what exactly you need to pay to the vendor for the purchase of the asset. And then system, the second part, which is called the valuation part, here system automatically posts the transaction as it will debit the asset. For local accounting principle, it will debit the asset with, according to the posting rule, that is total cost to be capitalized, and it will credit the technical clearing account, ensuring that the balance for the technical clearing account should be zero. Similarly, system will post the debit the asset account in a non-leading ledger, and it will record the acquisition value according to the US GAAP, that is only the acquisition cost to be capitalized, and it will debit the expenses where it says the expenses should be posted on expense account, and again it will create the credit the technical clearing account, ensuring that the balance for technical clearing account should be zero. So this is the concept of technical clearing account in case of asset acquisition. The concept is clear, or have any doubts?
मीन सर फर्स्ट पोस्टिंग जो है वो उसमें टेक्निकल क्लियरिंग अकाउंट डेबिट हो रहा है एंड सेकंड पोस्टिंग है उसमें टेक्निकल क्लियरिंग अकाउंट क्रेडिट हो रहा है दैट मीन्स कि टेक्निकल क्लियरिंग अकाउंट क्लोज्ड हो गया
Yes.
ओके अंडरस्टूड
Okay. First,
यस
it will, instead of debiting the asset, it will debit the technical clearing account and credit vendor. So the first, the operational part is clear. Then you have to valuate the asset, because for both your ledgers the accounting principle is different, their posting rule is different. So then system automatically posts the transaction onto the assets depending on the posting rules by crediting the technical clearing account, and it makes sure the balance for the technical clearing account is zero. That is the concept.
Okay, sir.
So now we'll configure this in SAP and see how it works. This is what is explained in this theory. So first we have to create a GL for technical clearing account, and this is the properties. It is a reconciliation account. So we'll go to SAP, we'll go to another session, and FS00 under assets, we'll create a GL for technical clearing account. Balance sheet account, assets, control data, reconciliation account for account type will be assets, sort key 001, and field status will be G067, and save it. Now you have to do a customization activity called assign GL to account determination to automate this process. So this is the menu path. So we'll go to SAP and IMG activity, display IMG, financial accounting, asset accounting, then integration with general ledger accounting, technical clearing account for integrated asset acquisition, then define technical clearing account for integrated asset acquisition. Execute this, go to new entries, enter your chart of account, and here assign the GL for technical clearing account. Press enter and save it, create request, technical clearing account for integrated asset acquisition. Save and continue. So now we'll see how the asset is acquired with vendor and how this technical clearing account works. So to post the transaction, this is the transaction code, asset acquisition with vendor, or this is the menu path. So go to SAP, then SAP Easy Access, accounting, financial accounting, fixed assets, posting, acquisition, external acquisition with vendor. Double click on it. We'll go to enter the document date, then the posting date, and you have to change the posting period to 5, and posting key 31. Here you have to select the vendor account from whom you are acquiring this asset. Then press enter. Enter the asset value. Then here you have to enter the posting key as 70, that is debit asset. And here you have to select the asset master record. We are acquiring this building 1. The transaction type will be 100. External asset acquisition. Press enter. Enter the credit value, sorry, debit value. Press enter. If you go to document, then simulate. This is the technical clearing account. So click on post. The transaction was posted. So go to Asset Explorer and here enter the asset number. So you will find that the acquisition value is updated, and this is the plan ordinary depreciation, means the depreciation for the whole from the date of acquisition till the end of the current fiscal year, means for the total posting periods it is the planned depreciation. Here it will show you the vendor from and the vendor account number from whom it is acquired. So it is showing you information as per the book depreciation for local accounting principle. Then if you go to posted values, it will show you planned depreciation. It is picked up from the period control method that we have defined. The pro rata from the mid period from the when the data asset was acquired. So it is start calculating from posting period 5 only. For every month, every posting period, per posting period, the depreciation is defined. It is planned. It is not yet posted. So similarly, if you go to the depreciation area 2, it will show you the acquisition value in USD and the depreciation in USD. Similarly, if you go to the depreciation area 3, it will show you the values in INR, but as per the local accounting, as per the group accounting principle, similar values it will show you. So this information you can get from the Asset Explorer. Go to plan value again. It will show you the number of transaction posted on this asset master. So double click on this transaction, and if you go to asset accounting, it will show you the transaction. First, the sundry creditors was credited and the asset clearing account was debited. And then the asset was debited and asset clearing account was credited. So if you go to another session and if you go to the FS00 and go to assets, this is your technical clearing account, and that is this is the technical clearing account. Okay, this is how the technical clearing account works during the asset acquisition. This is showing for leading ledger. If you go to change accounting principle and currency, and if you go to US GAAP, and in company code currency, it will show you the non-leading ledger. Okay, clear? The concept is clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then the next concept is posting with automatic offsetting entry. It has the same effect as GRIR account that we have discussed during the FI and MM integration. When you receive an asset without the tax invoice, then this account will trigger. Then the entry is posted as posting with automatic offsetting entry. Here the asset account is debited, but system will not credit the vendor account. Instead, it will credit the asset clearing account, and when the invoice is received, the asset clearing account is debited and vendor account is credited. So that is the purpose or meaning for asset clearing account. Clear?
Yes.
Okay. So first we'll create this GL and then we assign it to the automation process or to the configuration process, to the customization to facilitate this automation. So it is created under asset and it is not a reconciliation account. So we'll go to FIGL and under asset we'll create the GL for asset clearing account, balance sheet account, then asset clearing account, asset clearing control data, sort key 001, create bank interest, field status group G001. Save it, continue. So now we'll go to IMG activity and this is the menu path for the customization. So the menu path will be display IMG, financial accounting, then asset accounting, integration with general ledger accounting, assign GL accounts, execute, enter your chart of depreciation, continue, then select chart of account, double click on account determination, then find your account determination assigned to your asset class, select it and double click on balance sheet accounts, double click on depreciation area 1 and under acquisition account assignment for the field contra account acquisition value, assign the GL asset clearing account. Do the same for all your account determinations assigned to your respective asset class. and save it. Continue. Create request. Assign GL account for acquisition with offsetting entry. Save and continue. So now we'll see how to acquire the asset with offsetting entry where the asset is acquired without tax invoice. When the asset is acquired or the asset inward is posted when the asset is received without tax invoice. So this is the transaction code and menu path. So we'll go to an session and go back. We are already under the node asset external acquisition. Here is the node acquisition with automatic offsetting entry. Double click on it. Here you can acquire the asset if the asset master record is already exist. Then you can select the existing asset and enter the asset number. Here I will acquire it for building 2. We will also see how a new asset when how to acquire the asset post the acquiring of asset when there is a fresh master data to be created while posting the transaction. So first we'll understand how to post the transaction on existing asset master record. So select the existing asset, then enter the asset master record. That is the number is 2 for building 2, my asset. If you want to acquire this according to any accounting specific accounting principle, you can enter. Now enter the document date, posting date will also enter it as same. Then asset value date when the asset is put to use, when it was actually uh, being put in the use, that is called the asset value date. Amount for the asset, then if it is acquired in quantity, then you can enter the quantity. Additional details, if any of these additional details applicable according to your business requirement, you can enter these details. Then press enter. And if you go to extra and then simulate, you will see the asset is debited and the credit entry goes to asset clearing account. Then post it. Now you will find that this is the document numbers according to both the accounting principles. The entry is posted on both the as per both the accounting principles on both the depreciation areas where we have defined it as real time posting should be uh, facilitated. Continue. So if you go to Asset Explorer and now you enter the asset number as 2, press enter, it will show you the transactions for build asset master building 2. Go to posted values. It will show you that the planned depreciation is from posting period 5. Mm, This is the document entry. So now we'll acquire one more asset through through this method, and where a new asset to be acquired. So if you are acquiring an asset through this acquisition with automatic offsetting entry, where the asset master record for the particular asset is not maintained in SAP. So in that case, create new asset. You have to description that we will acquire one under construction machinery. So I gave the description machinery under construction. And since we are acquiring an asset which is under construction phase, so we'll assign the asset class to it as asset under construction. Now select master data, then create, select additional data. So similar screen you will find where you have created the asset master record for building and machinery. So time dependent, origin, depreciation areas, if any specific to be entered, you can entered, or if it is not necessary to be entered. Okay, somebody have entered the useful life. So we can enter as 20 years. Okay, so go back, and now you can go back and continue. Okay, system have the asset master is created, updated, but it is not yet created because system have given some internal number. Now enter the same data as you have acquired. We can entered as posting period 2. Sorry, it is posting period 6, not 2. And I'll enter the value as 80,000 for this particular asset under construction. And then if you go to extras, simulate, it will also process the same on asset clearing account. If you go back and then post, system now created the asset master with number 301, and the document is posted according to both the accounting principle, and this is the document numbers. So continue. Now if you go to asset explorer and enter the number as 301, press enter, the machinery under construction it was created. The depreciation should not be calculated. So if you got this error, then you have to go to um, customization, and we have then go to depreciation, then ordinary valuation depreciation key, then maintain depreciation key, and first you have to go to this. No, first you have to check on your asset master which depreciation key is to be is assigned. So here is the button display master data, then go to depreciation areas, and this is the depreciation key. So we have to go to this depreciation key. This is the one, no depreciation, no interest. Select it, assignment of calculation methods. Okay, here it is defined as ordinary sum of 3-year digits. So we have to change it to mm, ordinary, no automatic depreciation, and save it, continue, go back and back to the Explorer, asset, refresh. It will go when we run the depreciation. Okay, I will show you how it disappeared, because first we have to run the depreciation, then it will go. By just refreshing, it will not disappear. And we'll again go to asset master, asset. Okay, it is not allowing to change. So then you have to go to this node asset, then change A02 depreciation areas, and now change this. There should not be any useful life, and you have to change these dates also. So it is taking, because it is taking the activation date when the asset was acquired. Now again we'll go to asset explorer, asset, refresh. Okay, now the depreciation values have gone. Okay, this is how you can solve the error. If this error comes that the depreciation is calculated on asset under construction. So the concept of acquisition with automatic offsetting entry is clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So now we'll understand the depreciation. But before understanding the depreciation, first tell me, what is depreciation? Okay, we have discussed that in the first topic only, but what could be the accounting entry for depreciation posting?
Hello.
Yes.
Depreciation account will be debited and fixed asset account will be credited.
Net effect that you have said is correct, but the accounting entry is not correct.
Accounting entry. I don't know, sir. What will be the entry?
Okay. So the entry will be depreciation account debit to accumulated depreciation account credit. Because in asset accounting, the asset values are always recorded as gross values. Okay. So the depreciation is accumulated over the years is deducted from the gross value of asset, and you will get the net book value of asset as on the current at the end of the current fiscal year or as on date. That is the concept. Okay. For that, you need to post the transaction to the accumulated depreciation. The expense for the current year is recorded on depreciation account, where it is recorded as P&L account, uh, P&L account item. Okay, clear? Or still have doubt? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Still have doubt, or the entry is clear?
Yes, sir.
Concept is
Yes,
clear?
yes. Clear.
Okay, okay. Sorry. First, we have to create the GL accounts for accumulated depreciation and then the depreciation GL. So we'll go to SAP and we'll go to asset uh, GL creation. First, we'll create it under liability. Balance sheet account, then liabilities, accumulated depreciation on buildings, accumulated depreciation on buildings. It is a reconciliation account, and the reconciliation account type is asset, sort key 001, and field status group will be G067. Reconciliation accounts. Save it. For each of your asset class, you have to create a GL for depreciation account, accumulated depreciation. So select this, click on copy, enter the next number, and go to description and just change the description. That is machinery, and here the accumulated depreciation on machinery. Save it. So third asset that we have created is asset under construction. So do we need to create a GL for accumulated depreciation on asset under construction?
I think no, because it is still under construction.
Sure, or you think?
No, I think. I'm not sure.
You're right. S- The asset is still under construction. It is not yet commissioned as fixed asset. It is not in full, it is not put to use in full for the uh, in the business process of the company. So there will not be a depreciation. So we don't need to create a GL for accumulated depreciation on asset under construction. Then under expense, we have to create the GL for depreciation expense, non-operating, then expenses, depreciation account, control data, sort key 001, and field status group G001. Press enter, save it. So now we have to assign this GL to the customization activity so that the process is the data posting, the depreciation posting on these GLs is automated. So this is the menu path. So go to IMG activity, then display IMG, financial accounting, asset accounting, integration with general ledger accounting, then assign GL accounts. Select chart of account, then double click on account determination, find the account determination for your asset class, select it, and now double click on folder depreciation. Double click on depreciation area 1, ordinary depreciation account assignment, accumulated depreciation account for ordinary depreciation. Assign the GL for accumulated depreciation on assets, and expense account for ordinary depreciation. Assign the GL account for depreciation expenses. Do the same for your other assets. Machinery, depreciation, double click on depreciation area 1. First assign the GL for accumulated depreciation and then for depreciation expense. Then click on save, continue, create new request, assign GL account for depreciation postings. Save and continue. So we have created the GL accounts now, and we have configured the automation process. Now we will run the depreciation and see how the process is automated. So to run the depreciation, this is the transaction code and menu path through SAP Easy Access. So we'll go to SAP and go to SAP Easy Access, and the menu path is SAP Easy Access, accounting, financial accounting, then fixed assets, then periodic processing, depreciation run, and execute. double click on it, provide the company code, then the fiscal year, and here you have to execute this depreciation run per posting period. For 12 posting periods, you have to run this. For each posting period, you have to run this depreciation run individually. So our posting starts in posting period 5. So I will run it from posting period 5. So first I will run for posting period 5. The test run parameters, first select the test run. If you want to specify a specific range of your assets, numbers you can specify. And first we'll execute it as test run. So execute. At a time, system can process a depreciation run for 1000 assets. If you have more than 1000 assets, then for your posting period, you have to run the depreciation again for the same posting period. For example, you have total number of assets 1100. So when you run a depreciation for posting period 5 or any posting period, system will run the depreciation for 1000 asset masters. For the remaining 100 asset masters, you have to run the depreciation for the same posting period again. Okay, that is the meaning of this limitation rule. Then click on yes. There are two assets. So fixed asset without errors 2. This is the depreciation as per local accounting principle. This is the depreciation as per the group accounting principle. Go back, unmark this test run, and now you have to go to program and execute it in background. Enter the default printer, that is LP01. Then continue, continue again. Here you can set the date and time when you want to run this depreciation, or if you want to run it immediately, then select immediate and then save. Background job was scheduled. So go to Asset Explorer and enter the asset number 1, and you will find that, and if you go to posted value, you will find here the posted ordinary depreciation was updated, and the status for the posting period 5 is changed to posted. We will then same for the asset master 2. Asset under posted values, you will find the posted depreciation, and this is the status has changed to posted. Okay. So now we'll run this depreciation for posting period 6 also. So similar process, change the posting period to 6, test run, execute, click on yes. It is again run for the two assets. Go back, unmark this checkbox, go to program, then execute in background, enter the printer, then continue, continue again, click on immediate and save. The background job was scheduled. Go to Asset Explorer, Asset, refresh, Go to posted values. The status for posting period 6 is also changed. Similar, if you go to asset number 1, the status for posting period 6 also changed for it and the values are updated. So this is how you can manage the depreciation. So now we'll see the asset retirement, or you can say asset sale. So to facilitate this process, we have to configure three GL accounts. One GL account to record gain from asset sale, second to record the loss from asset sale, and third to record the proceeds from assets, the sales value that we get by selling the asset, the value or the money that we received by selling the asset is recorded on sale proceeds on from asset. So first we have to create these GL accounts, and these are the properties for these three GL accounts. So first we'll create these GL accounts. Under expense, we'll first create GL for non-operating, then expense, loss from asset sale, loss from asset sale. Control data, sort key 001, and field status G001. Then save it. Then under income, we'll create the two GLs. First is non-operating income, then income, proceeds from asset sale, proceeds from asset sale. Then sort key 001 and field status group will be G029 revenue accounts. Save it. Then select this GL, click on copy, enter the next number and change the description to gain from asset sale. Rest of the properties are same. Save it. So now we have to assign these GL accounts to the customization and to automate the process. Then go to IMG activity. We are already under the node assign GL accounts. So execute, select chart of depreciation, double click on account determination, then select account determination, double click on balance sheet accounts, double click on book depreciation area 1 and retirement account assignment for the field clearing account revenue from asset sale. Select the GL, proceed from asset sale. Then assign the GLs for gain and loss from asset sale. And assign these GLs to all your account determinations. Then click on save, continue, create new request, assign GL account for asset retirement postings. Save and continue. So now we'll see how the asset retirement posting is to be posted. But before that, we have to check two more customizations. So first we have to go to transaction code OBC4, define field status variants, and then go to position and find your field status variant, select it, then go to field status group, and then first we have to go to field status group G029 that we have assigned to GL's proceeds from asset sale. So double click on it, then go to asset accounting and see this field are suppressed. So we have to make them optional. Then we'll also need to go to field status for G067, then go to asset accounting. Here also you need to open, make them optional, then click on save, go to own request, and you have to find the your request that is define field status variant. This is the node define field status variant, that is your customization request. So choose it and save it. So if you do not customize this, change this customization while posting the transaction, system will not allow you to select the asset master which you want to retire. Therefore, you need to modify this customization. Another thing that you need to modify is go to transaction code OB41 posting keys. Here go to transaction posting key 001. Here also you can change the field status. This is customer debit. Click on maintain field group. Again go to asset accounting. Okay, it is optional, it is not suppress. And the second thing, you have to go to posting key 50, that is GL credit. Double click on it, go to maintain field status, go to asset accounting, and it is optional. Okay. So these two settings you have to check before you proceed to post the asset retirement. So this is the transaction code and menu path for retiring the asset with revenue with customer. So we'll go to SAP Easy Access. So SAP Easy Access, then accounting, financial accounting, fixed assets, posting, then retirement, retirement with revenue with customer. Execute this. Will retire the asset in current posting period. So I'll enter it as, or let's say we have retired it on today's date, that is 27th. We will retire it the asset on today's date. Here posting key 01 miss customer debit. You have to select the customer master, then press enter. Then here you have to define the value. I will enter it as 49,000. Then enter the posting key, that is 50, credit entry, and here you have to select the account, proceed from asset sale, press enter, enter the credit amount. And here if you do not change the field status for posting, for that, the customizations that we have modified for field status, if we have not modified that, this option will not activate. So select this and then press enter. So here you can select the asset you want to retire. So first we'll go to Asset Explorer, and this is the asset that we have acquired. We will retire this asset. We will sell this asset. So we have acquired at 50,000. So the system is, here we can define the asset as one. We have to select the asset. This is our asset building one. We want to retire. We'll enter today's date at asset value date. And here you need to define that the 49,000 that you have receiving as proceeds from asset sale is against this whole 50,000 or the part of it. So if it is against the whole value, then you can select the complete retirement. Or if you want to retire it in part, then you have to enter the part in amount or percentage or quantity out of this total acquisition value. Clear? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'll retire it completely. So we'll select complete retirement and continue. Then if you go to document, then simulate, it will say, will show you the document entry, that is the customer account debit and proceeds from asset sale credit. So we'll post it, and after that we'll check the effect. The document was posted. So now we'll go to Asset Explorer and go to Asset, then refresh. The acquisition value is 0, and here you will find that it is nil. Retirement of current year acquisition with revenue. So the retirement value that we have received is 49,000, depreciation 625, and the uh, loss that we have incurred is 375. So if you double click on this entry, it will show you that the 50,000 was the acquisition value, that is reverse. Then the depreciation was 625, and if you minus that and then you minus the 49,000, you will get the 375 is the loss. How this loss was incurred? So if you go to asset accounting, so it will show you the actual postings, how the asset loss is recorded. And if you go back and if you go to posted values, it will show you the posted value for the depreciation posted in depreciation posting period 5 and 6, but it also considered the planned depreciation because we are selling the asset in the next half of the posting period. If would have sold the depreciation asset in the first half, it might have ignored the depreciation. Okay. So therefore, this depreciation is also planned. It will be posted when the depreciation is run, depreciation program is run for the posting period 7. So this is also calculated. So this is how it comes to 625. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is how asset sale posting works. Concept is clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now we'll go to next concept, that is transfer within company code. If you want to transfer an asset master data from one asset master to another asset master within company code, then how to perform it? So this is the transaction code and menu path. So we have an asset building 2, and we have also created an asset building 3. So now it is showing blank. So we will transfer the data for asset master in 2 to asset master 3. So before transfer, this is the posted values for ordinary depreciation. And now we'll see if we post a transfer in the first half of the current posting period, how the depreciation will be calculated. So the menu part to transfer is SAP Easy Access, accounting, financial accounting, then fixed asset, posting, transfer, transfer within company code, execute. Here you can enter the asset you want to transfer. Then here I will enter the date as 1st of October, posting date also 1st of October, and asset value date is also 1st of October. Then if you want to transfer it to the existing asset, then select the asset master record for the existing asset, that is building 3. If you want to transfer it to a completely new asset master, then you have to create that asset master by selecting new entry, and you have to create it. Additional details, if any additional details to be entered, applicable details you can enter. Partial transfer, if you want to transfer this asset partially, then you have to enter the parameters for partial transfer. Again, you have to check the applicable radio button whether you are transferring the asset acquired in any previous year from to the current fiscal year, or whether you want to transfer it the asset acquired in the current year. So that you have to specify. So back to transaction data, if you go to extras, then simulate, here it will show you that the depreciation and asset value is reverse on asset 2, asset master 2, and it is now posted to asset master 3. So we'll post this transaction. So the transaction is posted on both the accounting principal. This is the document numbers. Continue. Now if you go to asset explorer and asset refresh, so the ordinary depreciation is 333. It is transferred. If you go to posted value, see it will considered only the posted transaction, and it ignore the uh, transaction on depreciation for the current posting period, because we have transferred it on the first day of the posting period. Similarly, if you go to asset 3, now the plan depreciation starts from posting period 7, and if you go to plan values, then it will show you the asset is acquired on 1st of October. So this is what is meant by transfer of asset within company code. Clear? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now we'll see the next concept, that is capitalization of asset under construction. So when an asset is produced in-house, means within the premises of your factory, then it is called the asset under construction. So that asset goes through two phases of life. The first phase is called asset under construction, where the asset is under production process, and the second phase is the useful life, that on commissioning of asset, when the asset is complete, converted to the fixed asset, and it is included, or it is being put to use at the company premises, then it is called the second phase. And you need to disclose both the phases of the asset under construction to the balance sheet, and you have to make the uh, separate records for both the stages by creating a separate asset master records, and the activity that records the change from phase 1 to phase 2 is called the capitalization of asset under construction. So the concept of capitalization of asset under construction is clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then how to handle the capitalization of asset under construction. So there are two ways. One is summary transfer from normal asset master record to receiver assets. So you have created an asset master record, asset under construction, and now you are transferring that asset master record to a complete asset record, a fixed asset record. And the second is line item settlement. Means you need to create a distribution rule when you want to distribute that asset under construction to the multi single asset or multiple assets. Then if you want to transfer it to multiple asset, then how you can transfer, how system should distribute the values, that is defined in line item settlement method. For both the methods, the prerequisite is you need to have maintain the receiver asset master records, to which the complete asset, when the asset is converted to fixed asset, then to which asset master records the transaction should be posted, the conversion should be posted, that is called the receiver assets. So you need to have a master created for receiver assets. So that is the prerequisite. So how you can come to know that which method is to be used? For that, you have to go to a customization activity called display IMG, financial accounting, asset accounting, organization structure, asset class, and go to define asset class. Go to the asset class, asset under construction, and here under status of asset under construction, you will find the method that is defined for the your asset class to capitalize the asset under construction, and that is line item settlement. So we have to perform the line item settlement for asset under construction. Clear?
Yes.
So now to capitalize the asset under construction using line item settlement method, there are two processes. First, you have to create the distribution rule, and then you have to settle this asset according to the distribution rule defined. But before that, you have to create a settlement profile. where you will define the settlement rule or the parameters how the settlement should happen. For that, you have to go to this transaction code or this menu path through IMG activity. So we'll go to SAP, then display IMG, financial accounting, asset accounting, then transactions, capitalization of asset under construction, and then define or assign settlement profiles. Execute, define settlement profile, and the default settlement profile is for asset under construction is AI. So double click on it and click on copy and name it as DES5 and change the description to settlement of asset under construction for DL4. Then actual cost of sales, whether to be settled in full, can be settled or not to for settlement, that we can define. Then the allocation structure, this is the default allocation structure. Then the default object allocation structure defines the rule. Again, it defines the rule how the values to be allocated. The default object type is fixed asset. Indicators whether to be settled as percentage settlement or equivalent numbers that is defined. Valid receivers, which are the elements that affects this settlement. Only the fixed asset is affected, so it is set as the settlement required, and others are set as settlement not required, not allowed. Account type, asset postings. So this settlement profile is only restricted to document type asset postings. Maximum number of distribution rule, the minimum requirement is one. There should be at least one settlement distribution rule to be defined. Residence time, till what number of months in a posting in a fiscal year this settlement profile will remain open for the settlement of asset under construction, that is defined in residence time. Press enter. Number of copied entries 1. Click on save. Create new request. Define settlement profile for asset under construction. Save and continue. The next thing again you need to define is maintain number ranges for documents for line item settlement. Execute this. Change number ranges for document settlement. Then click on change groups, and first you have to select your element, that is the settlement profile that you have created. So I think we have created the, so this is I think our element. Hello, you have asked
Yes,
something?
sir.
You have asked something?
No, sir.
Okay, so might be a background voice is coming from your end.
Yes, yes.
Okay, just wait. Okay. So this is our element, that is DL4. It might it will show us our, yeah, DL4. So select this, then go to group and assign element to group, and you can assign any of this group, so that the number range assigned to that will be assigned to our element. If you double click on it, okay, first double click on this, save. So it will show you the number range, what is defined. So this our posting will be assigned a number within this number range. So it is clear till here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now the next process is to distribute the create a distribution rule. So this is the transaction code and menu path. So we'll go to the IMG activity, sorry, the SAP Easy Access, accounting, financial accounting, fixed asset, then postings, capitalizes, asset under construction, then distribute. Double click on it, enter the company code, then select the asset master, that is, this is our asset master, asset under construction, and now click on execute. So here our documents according to both the accounting principles through which the acquisition of asset under construction is posted. So first select this and click this enter distribution rule. Why it is showing maintain settlement profile? Oh, okay, okay. Okay, we have missed another configuration before that. Okay, that is why it is showing. Okay, another configuration. We have to go to again this assign settlement profile and assign settlement profile to company code. And here go to position DEL4, and now you have to assign your DES5 settlement profile to your company code for asset under construction. Create request, define settlement profile for AUC for DL4. Okay, you need to assign this profile to your company code after defining it. Now we'll go to distribute, execute, select this, enter distribution rule. Now it will allow you to process. So here category will be fixed asset. So here you can enter the settlement receiver. So I will distribute it between machinery 1 as 60% and on machinery 2 I will distribute at 40%. So go back, do it same for your second accounting principle, for group accounting principle. You have to enter the same rule. Go back. You can directly settle it from here also, but first we'll save it and then we'll settle it from the individual separate menu. So the distribution rule is clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then go back and now click on settle. Here you need to define the asset which you want to distribute or you want to capitalize. Then enter the number, enter the date, asset value date, and first we will execute it as test run. So execute. So you will find that for the accounting, for the local account leading ledger, it is distributed between the ratio of 60 to 40, and for non-leading ledger also it is distributed in the ratio of 60-40. So go back, unmark this test run and execute it as update run. So the documents are posted according to both the accounting principle and this is the respective document numbers. So continue. This is the summary. And if you go to Asset Explorer and now go to the asset 301, that is machinery under construction. So you will find the values are become 0 and this is the acquis retirement transfer. It is posted, and then if you go to the this button display master data, it will show you that the capitalize on 1st of September when it was acquired but deactivated on 27th of October. If you go to origin, it will show blank because it is the original asset. And now if you go to the master machinery 1, that is 101, press enter, you will find the acquiring transfer acquisition from AUC. And if you go to the display master data, it will show you the capitalize on 27th October. But if you go to origin, it will show you the original asset number and when the original asset was acquired. Similar data it will show you for asset master 102 machinery. So this is how an asset capitalization of asset construction is managed. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the last topic for asset accounting is asset information system, asset reports, and asset history. So these are the respective menu paths or transaction codes where you can access the reports. But if you go to Asset Explorer and if you go to this button, call asset reports, and you will find all the respective asset reports. So for this asset master, if you double click on asset balances, it will show you the balances. What is the acquisition value? What is the accumulated depreciation? And what should will be the book value, net book value. Similarly, if you go back, go to all reports again, and if you want that, you want to go to asset history sheet, it will show you when the acquisition was, when was the asset acquired. Okay, so all these things it will show you. So if we go to the asset master 1 and again go to call up report, and if you go to asset history sheet again, so it will show you when the what was the acquisition value, what is the depreciation posted, what is the retirement value, what is the depreciation posted. Similarly, if you go to the report asset retirements for this asset master, so it will show you that what was the asset acquisition, what revenue you have got, what depreciation posted on retirement, what loss you have incurred in this transaction. All this information you can get in these reports. So for all your assets, you can find these reports. So this is how you can handle the reports. Clear? So the topic is financial statement version. Financial statement version means it is the structure or hierarchical arrangement of GL accounts. Here we will define the structure of the financial statements according to the uh, legal regulations used to generate the financial statement. What is the use of this financial statement version? To generate financial statements, you can generate balance sheet, profit and loss account from the financials with the help of financial statement version. Then you can create various reports like account balances, trial balance, and on the basis of uh, your financial statements, you can even plan the uh, you can even create the projected financial statements like projections for future fiscal years that you can create uh, with a structure through financial statement versions. Clear? Now, this is the menu path to create financial statement version. So we'll go to SAP and access this menu path. SPRO, then IMG, financial accounting, then general ledger accounting, periodic processing, valuate, second, document, and then financial statement versions. After periodic processing, then document. Define financial statement versions. Execute, go to new entries, assign 4-digit alphanumeric code to your financial statement version, then the description, maintenance language, English, auto item keys. After you define the financial statement version, and after that, when you create an account group or any account, uh, any GL within the account group, the balance of that GL account will be updated to this financial statement version. That is the meaning of this auto item keys. Chart of accounts. Assign your chart of account through which you can link your uh, GL accounts through to this financial statement version. Group account number and functional area permitted. If you want to display the group account GL account numbers also and their balances within the financial statements, then you can select this checkbox. You want to display the functional area in the financial statements, then you can select this checkbox. So we have not activated both of this, so we will not select it. Then press enter. Any questions still here?
No, sir.
Okay. Then save it, create new request, define financial statement version for DL4. Save and continue. Then select financial statement items. Then select this hierarchy and select create items. Here you have to define your financial statement which you want to, which you required to for the external reporting purpose. So first is balance sheet, next profit and loss account. If you want cash flow also, you can define it. Then continue. Then select balance sheet and again select create items. Now here you have to define the two parts of balance sheet. That is, first is liabilities and the second part is assets. Continue. Similarly, select profit and loss account, create items, incomes, expenses. So we have created the two sides or two parts, two major parts or two major elements of our financial statements. Now we have to define the further elements or further, uh, we can say further elements of our financial statements according to both the sides, for the both the sides. So if you have divided your account groups according separately, for liability side like shareholders fund, then reserves, then uh, short term liabilities, long term liabilities, trade receivables, then you have to select these liabilities and again go to create items, and then further you have to define how you are going to display your liability side for the balance sheet. Same for assets, same for incomes and expenses for profit and loss account. So based on your groupings, you have to assign those groupings, or you have to define those groupings for each of these side for your financial statements. So we have not defined the detailed account. We have defined the basic account groups. So therefore, we'll select the liabilities and select assign accounts. Here you have to define the number range interval for your account group. For liabilities, we have defined, and then liabilities represents credit side. So select credit and continue. Then select assets, assign accounts. Again, provide the number range interval that you have assigned to your account group assets. Debit, continue. Income, assign accounts. Credit, continue. Then select expenses, assign accounts. Then debit side, continue. So if you collapse this button, you will find all your GLs that you define within this number range for the account group liability is assigned under this node liabilities for your balance sheet. So similar for asset side, then your income GLs, and same is for your expense GLs. So this is how you can structure your financial statements. Clear? Any questions? Okay. So click on save, save it on same request. Then it will ask you whether you want to save this structure or you want to activate this structure. So if you want to activate, then click on activate. The replication of hierarchy started and it is replicated. So now this structure is activated for your company code. So go back again. Then we'll see how the financial statements will look like. So go to new window, and to access the financial statements, you have to go to node SAP Easy Access, then information system, accounting, financial accounting, general ledger, and balance sheet. So double click on it. F.01 is the transaction code. So here first you have to provide your chart of account, then company code, then a business area, currency type if you want to define. If it is your business requirement, then you have to define it. Then scroll down, Here, this information is extracted from your financial statement version. The financial statements will always be displayed compare in com- in comparison with the previous fiscal year. So this is the current fiscal year, this is the previous fiscal year. So this is selected. Then there are three layouts that SAP have defined for the balance sheet. First, we will see the classic list. Select this as structure balance sheet. Even for special valuation, if any of these parameters were applicable for your client's business requirement, then it should be selected accordingly. So first we will see the classic list, execute. So this is the classic layout. This is the balance sheet. Then it, this is the P&L statement, and this is the cash flow. So this is the classic layout. The next layout is grid control layout, and their default layout is one SAP, and execute it, continue. So this is the grid layout. Again, this is the assets, sorry, liabilities, this is asset side, incomes, and then expenses. This is the schedule numbers. Then if you go back, now the third version, that is tree control layout. Default layout will be same. Execute. Here you will see the tree control balance sheet. If you have to collapse each of this folder to see the detailed report. So this is how you can check and the balance sheet. Any questions? So now we will see the reports for accounts payable and accounts receivable. So to check the accounts receivable reports, you have to go to menu path, SAP Easy Access, then accounting, financial accounting, accounts receivable, information system, reports for accounts receivable accounting, then master data. If you want to check the customer list that is maintained for your company code, then you have to access this report. Double click on it. then enter company code. Then if you can enter a specific customer account number or range of account number, or you can keep it blank. For your customer report, if you want that any of this specific information in your customer report, so you can select the respective checkbox. Then if you click execute, so since we have created only one customer, so it is showing the data for the master record for the single customer. Then similarly, if you go back and then go to the folder customer items, so first we'll go to customer balances, and if you want to display customer balance in local currency, so double click on it. Again, provide your company code. If you want to define the specific posting periods, you can define, or by default it will select all the posting periods. Then you want to define separately special GL balances, uh, corporate group version, any of these requirements, so you can select this. So click on execute. So it will show you the debit balance, then credit balance, and that is the closing balance for this customer account. Then if you go back and go to this folder customer items, list of customer line items, execute, enter company code. Then by default it will select all line items, because it will select display all line items whether it is open, cleared, both the transaction will be displayed. So execute. So the system will display all the list of transactions. Even it is the document is cleared, then it will display the clearing document, clearing date, clearing document date, and it will display all the transactions. And like it is not showing the, okay, if it is the dunning level, if any dunning notice is generated, then it is showing dunning level 1 for these two invoices. That information also you will get from this devices in this report. A cash discount is offered, then that amount is also displayed during this transaction, and it is the closing balance. Go back and list of customer open items for printing, double click, enter company code, specific customer you want to select. Here the status will be open items, because it will show the open items for receivables, the open items against which the payment is yet to be received. Execute. So it will show you the open items individually, which comprises this receivable amount. It will also show you the due dates on which date the invoices were due. So if you want to send this report to your client, also your customer, asking for payment, you can send it to your customer. So here you can export it to a spreadsheet. You can directly print, you can mail also. Okay, so these are the accounts payable receivable reports. So same way you can access the accounts payable report also. Accounts payable, then information system, reports for accounts payable accounting, master data, vendor list, company code, and execute. It will show you the master data for your vendor account. And then go to vendor balances, vendor balance in local currency, execute, enter company code, and then execute it. It will show you the debit and credit transactions entered with this vendor, and also the closing balances of this vendor account. And go back. Vendor items, list of vendor line items, enter company code, then execute. So it will show you the list of transactions you have entered into with this customer, sorry, with this vendor, the cleared and unclear both items it will show. Then
हेलो सर।
list of vendor open items for printing.
हेलो सर।
Yes,
सर उसमें रिवर्स डॉक्यूमेंट रहते, कुछ ऐसा रिवर्स डॉक्यूमेंट रहता ना, तो वो भी ये कर सकते हैं क्या, फाइंड आउट कर सकते हैं क्या? जो भी वेंडर के लिए दिखाया था,
reverse, yes,
पता था ना?
because this statement will show you all the transactions, even if it is reverse. It will show you all the transactions. See, negative posting. It is displayed by X. So this transaction is reversed through negative posting.
अच्छा सर, इसका टी कोड क्या है?
किसका?
अभी ये लिस्ट ऑफ वेंडर लाइन आइटम्स।
हाँ, ये है ना नीचे.
ठीक।
Then if you want to generate the report for vendor open items for printing, that is the receivable statement, then enter the company code. It will only show you the open items which is due for payment. Execute. So it will show you how this 60,000 will is due, which are those invoices which is yet to be paid. It will also show you the due dates. So this is how you can generate the reports for accounts receivable and accounts payable. Clear? All the T codes and menu paths are listed over here.
सर एक मिनट, ओपन आइटम प्रिंटिंग का जरा।
कौन सा?
हाँ बस बस, बस
ये?
बस। हाँ
ओके।
ठीक है सर। सर ये लास्ट में है 87012083, ये पूरा डालना पड़ेगा ना?
हाँ, पूरा टी कोड डालना पड़ेगा, एस से लेके 80383 तक।
ठीक है, ओके।
सो कैन वी मूव ऑन टू नेक्स्ट टॉपिक?
सर एक मिनट, मेरे को उसका फोटो निकालनी है सर, तो ओपन आइटम पर प्रिंटिंग के लिए।
नोट्स तो है ना?
नहीं नहीं, अभी कल रिकॉर्डिंग पूरा सुनना पड़ेगा ना सर।
ओके।
ओके ओके सर, थैंक
सो कैन वी मूव ऑन टू नेक्स्ट टॉपिक?
यू। यस सर।
Yes, sir.
The next topic is recurring document. Recurring documents are those transactions you required to enter repeatedly, like rent payment, insurance payment, then salary expenses, electricity bills. You need to post these documents in every posting period. So this tool, recurring document, provide you with an a utility that you can create a document which is called a recurring document, and every for each during each posting period you have to run that recurring program, and system will post that recurring document according to the date that you have specified. So what happens that in all companies there will be a specific date to pay the rent or to pay the salary. Electricity bills date might differ, payment date might differ, but a rent payment date and salary payment date will be fixed. And s- some cases the amount is also fixed. Okay. So
सर इस पर
every
प्रीपेड।
time you have to enter a fresh entry. So this tool, the document posting recurring document tool will minimize your effort, the end user's efforts to post the uh, transactions which are repeated regularly. So that is the concept of recurring document.
हेलो सर, इसमें प्रीपेड अब्जॉर्प्शन भी हो सकता है ना ये रिकरिंग डॉक्यूमेंट से?
Prepaid absorption.
हाँ मतलब जो एक्सपेंस, मतलब पूरा साल भर का हम लोग प्रीपेड में डाल देते हैं, बाद में उसको मंथली मंथली बेसिस पे उसको खर्चे में बुक करते हैं, तो उसको प्रीपेड अब्जॉर्प्शन बोलते हैं। तो
हाँ, हो सकता है।
हाँ, ओके।
So there are few requirements to configure this recurring document. The recurring document that you save is saved in data entry view. It will not post the transaction on any GL account until and unless you run the recurring entry program. Okay. It will, when you define the recurring document, it will not update any financial record. You have to define the document type. The SAP defined document type for recurring document is X1, and you have to create a separate number range for recurring document. So that is the requirements of recurring document program. So now we will configure this. So the first step, we have to define the recurring document number range. So we'll go to this transaction code FBN1. FBN1. Enter your company code, change intervals, insert line, number range will be X1, and fiscal year and available number range is 2500, or we can say 101. Also we can take 1012 200, then save it, continue. So we have defined the number range interval. The next, configuration of recurring entry documents. Here the steps involved in customization is that you have to define the run schedule. You have to define a code for the run schedule, and then you have to define the run dates, on which date you will run that uh, recurring entry program, and system needs to post the transaction on which date. That dates you define in this customization. So we'll go to this menu path through IMG activity. So we'll go to session. Okay. Display IMG financial accounting global settings, then document, then recurring entries, define run schedules, execute, new entry, then we'll go define a 4-digit alphanumeric code and the description, that is recurring entry run schedule for our company code. Then save it, create new request, recurring entry schedule for DL4, save and continue. The next thing that we need to define is enter run dates. Execute this. Now we have to define the code that we have defined for our run schedule. Continue. New entries. Here we will define it for salary account. Suppose our company pays salary on 7th of every month. So we'll define it from 7th May, because our first salary will be generated for April on 7th of May. Then on every month salary will be paid or generated. So we'll enter those dates. So like, you have to enter the dates on which you want to post this, post the recurring entry. So click on save, create new request, enter run dates for recurring entry, save and continue. So clear till now?
Yes, sir.
Next, we have to post the recurring document. But before that, we need to create a GL for recurring document. And to do that, we'll go to transaction FS00, change the company code. Under expenses, we'll create salary expense. We have already created. I don't know for which we have used it. Okay, so we'll create wages. So create, then continue. We'll select non-operating, then expenses, wages account, control data, sort key 001, and then field status group G001 and save it. So to post the recurring document, we'll go to transaction code FBD1, FBD1. Here you, you have to enter the company code, then the first run date will be 7th of May. Then last run will be 31st of March, because we'll enter the payable on 31st of March. Then interval of months, after how many month intervals the entry should be posted, run date, on which date the entry should be posted. But if you have created the run schedule, then you don't need to specify the data into these two fields. So we have created the run schedule. So we'll assign it to it. If this transaction is to be posted in foreign currency, and if you want that amount to be transferred in local currency, then you have to select this checkbox. Tax you want to post in local currency, then you have to check this checkbox. Then document type SA, then currency, translation date. Okay. So even if you enter this date, it will show you the current date only. So you can enter this date. Posting key. First, we have to select the posting key 40, that is debit, and then select the salary GL account. Was lost. I am aware of it. Uh, till what entry you have you were there?
Recurring
Yes.
documents posting.
So you we have this ये आपको समझ पोस्ट कैसे करते हैं?
सर कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ है, आवाज ब्रेक हो रहा था बाद में।
हाँ, एक्चुअली वो स्क्रीन शेयरिंग भी गया था. ओके, तो एफ बी डी, here you have to specify the company code, then your first run date, on which date your first recurring entry will be posted by the system, then last run, that is the last date on which the recurring entry will be posted, that you have to specify, interval in month, after how much interval, after 1 month, after 2 months, after 3 months, the next entry should be posted, that you have to specify. Run date, you have to specify the run date for the on which date the entry will be posted. uh, okay, we'll define GL because you will not be able to understand then, because that connections was lost. Think server connection is very poor today.
हाँ सर, आपका वॉइस भी ब्रेक हो रहा है बीच में।
हाँ, नहीं, सर्वर का भी कनेक्शन है, बीच में तो वाईफाई ही गया था. अभी सर्वर का कनेक्शन थोड़ा खराब है. ओके, विल क्रिएट अ न्यू जीएल because that already posted. So we can, okay, I'll just check whether we can delete that end. FB03. Okay, it will not show it. Okay, what we will do, I will post another entry. So okay. So first we'll enter the run date. That is, first we will run it on 7th of May. Then the last day of our fiscal year. Will then we'll assign the run schedule, because we don't have to enter the interval in months and run date to define the run schedule. The transaction is posted in foreign currency, and if you want the tax amount and the transfer amounts to be posted in local currency, then select this checkbox. Then the document type, and then the any reference text you want, then you can provide. Here you can change the translation date to 7/5, then posting 40, that is GL. You here you have to select the GL for wages and press enter. Enter the debit amount 50,000, then credit posting key 50 GL credit. And here, if you have defined the payable account, then you can select this, or you can directly select bank account. Press enter, enter the credit amount, press enter again, and then post. Here you will see the document 102 was stored. It is not posted, so it will not update any GL balance account. Till now. So now we'll see how to display the recurring document. Okay. The document to display the recurring document, this is the transaction code FBD3. So go to transaction code FBD3 and enter the document number. It will show you the document. So to post the recurring document, you have to go to transaction code F.14. F.14. Here you have to define the company code. If you want to define any reference number, that system should refer this document number, then you can. Then the fiscal year, specific document type you can provide. Then the next run on, you have to specify the run date, that is 7th of May. You can even enter run schedule also. Here you have to define the section code, and by default it is SAP F120, and then execute. The session SAP F120 was created. Now to process and post this recurring entry, you have to go to this session, a transaction code SM35 to process the session that is created by the system for this recurring document. So go back, SM35. This is the session that with your username that SAP have created. Select this and click on process, and processing would be background and process. One session is passed to background processing. So if the your processing is incorrect, session is incorrect, it will show you. So in background there is nothing being created. In process, processed. Okay. So exit from here, and now whether to check whether the sorry have posted the recurring document or not, you have to go to this transaction code FS10N, that is account balance display. FS10N. Here you have to add the GL account number, wages account, company code, fiscal year, and then execute. So on in the month of May, the entry is posted. Double click on this posting period. So you will find the document 7th of May, and this is the document number. So similarly, to post the recurring document for the next posting period, you have to go to again F.14, the transaction code, and then enter the company code, then fiscal year, then document date, document type, and since it is a compulsory field, you have to enter the next run date. Session name will be same, that is the default one. Execute. The session was created. Now go to SM35, select the session and click on process. Select background processing mode, process. Now come back to this report, balance display, go back, executed. You will see the document posted on 7th of June. So clear the recurring entry program.
सर जब भी वो पोस्टिंग डॉक्यूमेंट बनाया था वो सभी 40 वेजेस और बैंक डाल दिया था, तो वन टाइम ही करने का है ना, बाद में वो पहले अपन ने किया था वो 5 6 7 8 9, मतलब फिर से मेरे को 40 और 50 करने की जरूरत नहीं है ना, एक ही टाइम वो कर देने का है, बाद में सिर्फ रन करने का है, राइट?
हाँ, yes.
ओके ओके।
Now we'll see the cost center reports or the methods to allocate the cost to a specific cost centers or cost objects. So what happens? Suppose you have incurred the electricity expenses. We will assign the cost center electricity expenses to FIGL while posting the GL, and this way the cost is carried to the from financial accounting to controlling module. But what if you want to analyze that how how much electricity expenses were incurred in the production process of your finished products? Say in this scenario the finished products are drill machine and hammer. So if the company wants to analyze that how much electricity expenses of the out of total electricity expenses incurred were incurred in production of drill machine, and how much is electricity expenses incurred on production of hammers. So you have to allocate these expenses that is recorded on electricity expense cost center to the drill machine and hammer, and this is processed or is carried out through a methods that is called one of the method. There are three methods to allocate this cost to a specific cost objects. One is distribution, assessment cycle, and third is periodic reposting. Now we will understand each of this method separately. So for all this, for the both the methods distribution and assessment for cost center, you create a plan fixed cost cycle and actual distribution cycle. Means how you can define the plan uh, fixed cost, like how much electricity expenses to be incurred in a fiscal year. That is called the plan fixed cost. And uh, actual cost means the cost you actually incurred electricity expenses. So for that you can the for both these processes you can define the uh, actual plan cycles for distribution method also and for assessment cycle also. Is a sender receiver relationship, means that the primary GL will record the primary cost element that is defined through GL account will record the cost on primary cost center electricity expenses, and then we using by using the method distribution or and will allocate this cost to the respective cost centers, the cost objects for which that cost was actually incurred. The uh, the costs which is get distributed on certain cost objects, so that objects are called the receiver objects, and both these activities are period end activities. At the end of the certain or end of the year, these activities are performed in controlling module. Clear till now? or have any questions? So now, sorry, we will learn about the first method, that is distribution for cost centers. This method is created to distribute or to transfer the primary cost from sender receiving controlling object. This method is used only in case of primary cost elements, that is the GL accounts that are defined with the cost element category 1. Here both sender and receiver objects use these primary cost elements. Means the cost recorded and the cost attributed, both the sender and the receiver will use the primary cost. It is distributed through primary cost element only. Then the sender can be a cost center, can be a cost element, means GL account, or can be of area. Distribution receiver can be a cost center, internal order, functional area, cost object, etc. Any questions? Okay. So now we'll see the customizations and the how the cost is allocated through using the distribution method. But before initiate to this process, we have to create some pre. So we'll go to SAP. First, we'll go to transaction code FS00 and we'll create a GL for electricity expenses. GL account type primary cost expenses electricity expenses. Sort key 001 and cost element category 01 primary cost. Then field status will be G001. Press enter and then save. Then next prerequisite is the profit centers for the sender and receiving cost objects. So to define the profit center to standard hierarchy, the transaction is KCH 5N. So select this group expense and will then create profit center. First we'll create profit center for electricity expenses. Electricity profit center. Then the person responsible indicators. Okay. Activate. Activate again. Then again select this or then select the group entry and then select group, then profit center. Then create profit center for machine. Person responsible, then select activate, activate again, select inventory group again, create profit center, HM1, then hammer, activate, activate again, and then so we have created the sender and receiver profit centers. So now we have to create the sender and receiver cost centers. So to create the cost centers through standard hierarchy, the transaction code is OKEON. Similar process we have to follow. First select the expense group, create cost center, electricity cost center. Cost center category you can select production, go to organization tab, the business area, then assign profit for the electricity expenses that created, then indicators. Make sure all these indicators were not selected as locked. Then back to basic data, save it. So it's activate, collapse this. Now go to group inventory, create cost center, cost center for drill machine, Here you can select the category as material, business area, and then assign profit center, drill machine, save it. Similarly, the cost center for hammer. Hammer cost center, category, save it. So we have created this prerequisites. So now we have to define the primary cost element planning. For our primary cost element, that is electricity expenses, so we can define the plan fixed cost. How much we may incur or which is planned to be incurred for the whole fiscal year. That planning figure or that planning amounts we can define for our primary cost element. And to do that, this is the transaction code. So go to transaction code KP06 and this is the default. Then we'll define the planning period, that is from posting period 1 to 12 for fiscal year 2024. Here the cost center will be the cost center for electricity expenses and the primary cost element will be the electricity expense cost element. It will system will show you only cost elements which is we have created with the cost element category 1. After defining this data, click on overview screen. Here under plan fixed cost, you have to provide your plan fixed cost in controlling area currency. So while defining the controlling area currency, we have defined the controlling area currency as USD. So defining the plan fixed cost, you need to make sure that you enter the plan fixed cost in country currency. So here I have defined 12 USD per fiscal for the year. So press enter, then distribution key value, it is distribution as before. Then the variable cost, plan variable cost. Okay, you can define plan fixed cost consumption also. So out of 12,000, how much cost you are planning to consume? Means you say that 12,000 is the planning cost. We will incur a cost of 12,000 USD for the fiscal year 2024. But out of 12,000, we are planning to consume only 10,000 as the consumption. So if that is the scenario, you can the plan fix consumption also. If you go to this button period screen, you will you will be seen that the total plan fixed cost you have incurred is distributed by the system over the equally over the 12 periods. Similarly, if you may have incurred, enter this plan fixed cost out of this plan fixed consumption out of this plan fixed cost, then it will also show here. It is clear till now. So click on save. The change data has been posted. And if you want to check this report that how the cost is distributed over the plan fixed cost is distributed over the period of 12 posting periods, then you can go to this report. To this report, you have to access the menu path as SAP Easy Access, then accounting, then controlling, cost center accounting, information system, reports for cost center accounting, more reports, and this is the transaction. Cost centers, period breakdown, actual or plan. Double click on it. Here, controlling area fiscal year, then the range of posting periods. Here you have to define the value, that is cost center for electricity expense, then cost element, that is electricity expense, and then execute. So it will show you the plan cost over the 12 posting periods. So we'll keep this report, and now we will create a plan distribution. We can create the plan distribution cycle for to distribute these plan fixed cost over the for the primary cost element that we have defined to the respective receiving cost centers. So in our case is drill machine and hammer. So this fixed cost that we define per posting period for electricity expenses. So we can assign, or we are going to assign this plan fixed cost per posting period to the receiving cost center also. So that process is called the planning distribution, planning and executing the distribution. So we will create the plan distribution. We will create a planning, and then we will plan the distribution, how to distribute this plan fixed cost for the drill machine and hammer. Okay. And to configure plan distribution cycle, there are two methods. One is through IMG activity, and the second is SAP Easy Access. So we will follow this menu path of SAP Easy Access. So this is under planning. Menu path is SAP Easy Access, accounting, then controlling, cost center accounting, planning, then current settings, and distribution. Double click on it. Here you have to provide a code. So here we will start it with alphabet E, and then we'll define it as plan distribution cycle for electricity. Uh, We'll define the distribution cycle for plan fixed cost for whole fiscal year. So our start date will be 1st of April 2024. Press enter. Start date and check the end date if is it correct. Plan distribution cell. Then indicators, select iterative. Iterative means it is a search strategy that system will continue the search for the parameters to distribute this distribution cycle till it finds the exact match. Okay. With this command, you give a command to the system that system check all the parameters, or keep keep searching the parameters till it finds the exact match. That is called the iterative. Field groups, object currency, plan version 0, and now select attach segment. Here give code to the segment, that is segment plan distribution cycle electricity 2 will give 3. Here you can say segment electricity expenses. Here sender values, which values to be considered, that is posted amounts. Share in percentage 100% value. For this planning activity, this radio button plan values should be selected. Receiver tracing factor, receiver rule, how the receiving cost object will receive this cost that is transferred from the sender cost element or cost center. So here we can select the receiver rule as fixed. Sender or receiver rules. Here we have to define the sender cost center, that is city expenses, sending comment, sender cost element, electricity expense, receiver cost center, machine and hammer, sender values, plan 0, receiver tracing factor. Here you have to define plan fixed cost per posting period. Of this plan post total plan fixed cost of 1000 USD per posting period, how much plan fixed cost you want to distribute for the machine and hammer. So I will enter it equally as 500 USD per post. So this much of parameters, or this type of parameters you have to set for plan distribution cycle. Any queries? If you have, ask now, because this type of transactions we are going to perform till this topic ends. No questions? Okay. So back to segment header and select, it will check the authenticity of your parameters, whether you have entered the correct parameters. So the formal checks was successful. Again, go to receiver tracing factor and now save it. Create request. If you then define, name it as plan distribution cycle for DL4. Save and continue. So the cycle was created. The next process, now since we have created the plan distribution cycle to distribute this plan fixed cost, we have to execute it. And to execute the plan distribution cycle, you have to go to this menu path through easy access. So we are already under the menu path planning. So now we'll go to this node allocations, and this is the transaction code for distribution. Execute this. Now to define the posting period, one since we are going to distribute this planned distribution for the whole fiscal year. So first select the test run, and here click here, it will automatically pick the planned distribution cycle that you have created. Then we'll execute this as test run. So the processing completed without errors. So there will not be any error. So go back and unmark this checkbox test run and execute it as update run. So again, no date errors were created. There is no messages, no technical data. Okay. So go back. Now to this report, go back and execute again. You will find the plan fixed cost are distributed from electricity expense cost center. So if you double click on any posting period and if you select plan line items and continue, it will show you that the plan fixed cost were distributed, and go to this change layout and search for CO project name, shift left column, and then continue. It will show you that the electricity expenses distributed the plan fixed cost of 1000 USD per posted. It distributed in the ratio we have defined in the distribution cycle for drill machine and hammer. Is it clear? So this distribution cycle we can reverse also. So you reverse this distribution cycle also, but for that you need to make sure that the test run checkbox is unmarked. If you select this check and if you try to reverse it, show system will show you that deactivate the test run indicator. Now we'll see how to create the actual distribution cycle. So we have created distribution cycle for plan fixed cost. Now we will create and execute the distribution cycle for actual cost that that is incurred, that the company will incurred during the course of business. So to create this actual distribution cycle, you have to go to this menu path, IMG activity, or this through SAP Easy Access. So we'll follow this SAP Easy Access menu path. Distribution of actual cost is a period end activity, period end closing activity. So therefore it is under the node period end closing under cost center accounting. SAP Easy Access controlling cost center accounting and closing current settings define distribution. Execute this. Here also you need to define the code for your cycle. So we'll start with alphabet T, then actual distribution cycle, electricity. Here you this actual distribution cycle can be defined for a single period or a whole fiscal year. You cannot define it for two posting periods, three posting periods. It is not allowed. It should be either per posting period. For per posting period, you have to separate distribution cycle, actual distribution cycle, or you have to define it for fiscal year. So we will define it for posting period 6. So we'll select accordingly. Select the start date, that is 1st of September. Press enter. Since we are the start date is 1st of September, so it is is understood that we are defining it for the individual posting period. You need to change the to date, that is the last date of this posting period, to 30th of September. Then text actual distribution cycle, indicators, iterative, field groups, object currency, checkboxes should be selected. Then go to attach segment, give a name, that is segment actual distributable electricity 3. Then give the description that segment electricity expenses actual. Sender values, posted amounts, share in percentage 100, actual value then should be selected. Receiver tracing factor here also will define as fixed amounts. Then go to sender or receivers, select cost center as the electricity expense cost center. Then sender cost element electricity expenses. Receiver cost centers drill machine and hammer. Sender values share percentage 100, actual value origin, and from then 0. Receiver tracing factor here I will define it as same, equal, or okay. Instead of, we'll change it to fixed percentage, because we don't know how much exactly we will incur. So we will here I will define 60-40, 60% and 40%, because we don't know how much exact cost we will incur for expenses per posting period. So back to segment header, select formal check, continue. Formal check was successful. Go to tracing factor again and then save it. Create new request. Actual distribution cycle. Save and continue. So the cycle was created. So before executing this actual distribution cycle, we have to record the actual cost. And to do that, we have to, you can record it through GL account posting, vendor invoice also. So we'll go to transaction code FB50 and we will post it. First change the company code. continue. We'll post it on in the month in posting period 6, because we are planning, we are we have created the actual distribution cycle for posting period 6. Here select the GL account, electricity expense, then debit, enter electricity expense as 20,000, select bank account GL, or you can select a payable GL if you have defined. And 20,000, then scroll to the right, and since it is primary cost element, so we have to assign the cost center to it. So assign the cost center electricity expenses, press enter, ignore the posting period warning to simulate, and then post. The document was posted. So if you go to this period breakdown report and execute this, so you will find the system have recorded actual cost in controlling area currents for the cost center electricity expenses. Now we have to distribute this actual cost recorded on electricity expense cost center with uh, with the parameters defined in the actual distribution cycle. And to do that, this is the transaction code and menu. So we'll follow this menu path. So we are period and closing node. So we'll close this and collapse this single functions, allocations, and just a second. Period and closing, single function, allocation, distribution. Yes. Period and closing, then single functions, allocation, and then distribution. Execute this. Here you have to define the posting period in to and from column, same as if you are executing it for the individual posting period. Select this checkbox test run, then select this actual distribution cycle and exit as test run mode. So it is completed without errors. And unmark this checkbox and execute it at update run. So there are a few errors. So click on these errors and we'll check. The error is the interval 23 is not exist. So we have to create a number interval 23 to post the uh, accounting documents for this distribution. So continue it, go to a new session and go to code FBN1 to create this number range. F1, enter your code, continue, insert line, number range 20 is missing, so we have to define it, and uh, 201 is not there, na? Yes, 01 to 300. Save it, continue. Now back to this report again, go back and execute it again in update run. So errors were there is no error now. So go back and now go back to this report and exit from here and execute it again. So you will define the actual cost recorded on electricity expenses were distributed. So double click on posting period 6 and now select actual line items, then continue. Go to this layout, then search for CO partner object name, CO part shift to left, continue. So you will find that the actual cost incurred on electricity expense cost center is distributed to drill machine and hammer according to the ratio that we have defined in actual distribution cycle. If you go to this environment in accounting documents, so it will be created. So double click on accounting document. So it will show you the accounting doc created. So it is created. First it debit the credit the electricity expenses and debit the uh, cost element, that is distribute drill machine. Then go back, double click on profit center accounting document. It will show you documents posted in INR because the INR is the profit center accounting currency. And go back, double click on controlling documents, and if you collapse this, it will show you the electricity expenses, the documents in controlling module. So in the previous class, we have discussed about how to allocate the cost to a particular, to a specific uh, cost receiver. We have taken an example that uh, when you how much electricity cost is incurred for the production of drill machine and hammer. So we have recorded the cost on drill machine or electricity expense cost center, and from that we have allocated that cost incurred specifically for drill machine and hammer through a method called distribution for cost centers. Correct? You remember that? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So now we will see the second method of allocating cost to the receiving controlling objects, that may be a cost center, a functional area, or any object, cost object, through a second method of allocation, that is assessment for cost centers. This method is used to transfer the cost from both primary cost elements as well as from secondary cost elements to the receiving cost center. Okay. Here, what happens when a cost is recorded on primary cost center, then the, to allocate that cost, a secondary cost element is used, which means that the cost recorded on primary cost element remains undistributed. Instead, that cost is summarized into the secondary cost element, that is called assessment cost elements, and from that the cost is distributed to the receiving cost center or cost elements. Clear? Or have any doubts or a confusion?
No, sir.
Okay. So we'll see how this assessment for cost centers executed. So first we have to create a secondary cost element for assessment. The secondary cost elements are created for controlling module. Their purpose is to for reporting purpose. Okay. No direct postings are made on secondary cost elements. So first we'll go to transaction code FS00. Sorry. Then we'll create it under group secondary cost element. Okay. Edit. Okay. Okay. I'll FS00. I have gone to wrong cost module. So we'll go to create and we'll give a number. We have created a separate account group for secondary cost element. So their starting number, it starts from 5 lakh. Continue. GL account type, it will be secondary cost. Account group, secondary cost elements. And here we'll give the description as secondary cost element assessment, then secondary cost element for assessment. Control data, scroll down, sort key 001, and here we'll select the cost element category as 42 assessment. Then create bank interest. Field status group will be cost accounts G004, and then save. Clear?
यस सर. अच्छा सर, कंट्रोलिंग के अंदर एक बार आएंगे आप,
हाँ,
कंट्रोलिंग डेटा में.
कंट्रोल डेटा ओके.
अच्छा, ये जो 42 आपने सेलेक्ट करा है, कॉस्ट एलिमेंट कैटेगरी,
हम्म
ये आपने बनाया है या इसमें
ये
ऑलरेडी कॉन्फ़िगर्ड रहता
SAP डिलीवर्ड है,
है? ओके.
स्टैंडर्ड प्रैक्टिस है.
ओके.
ओके.
ओके सर.
Again, we have to create a primary cost element and cost center, profit center, like we have created, and then we have to create the fixed planning cost for cost element. So we'll go to SAP again, and under expense, we'll create the cost element as gas expense, primary cost, then expense, gas expenses, control data, sort key 001, and cost element category 1, primary cost. Then field status group G001. Save. So we have created the primary cost element. Now we have to create the profit center and cost center. So to create profit center, transaction code is KCH5N. So under expense, select expense group and create profit center, gas expense profit center, person responsible, indicators, then activate, activate again, and save it. I think I exit कर दिया क्या मैंने? KCH5N gas expense, then save it. Exit. Now go to transaction code OKEON, enter, and here again select group expenses, then create cost center, gas expense cost center, person responsible, cost center category will be production, organization tab, select business area, then select profit center, gas expense, indicators. Okay, all are unmarked. Back to basic data, save. So we have created all prerequisites for the assessment for cost center Now we'll go to transaction code KP06 for to enter the fixed planning cost for the primary cost element. So go to SAP KP06. The layout will be default layout, then plan version 0 from posting period 1 to posting period 12, then fiscal year 2024. Cost center will be gas expense and cost element gas expense GL. Then go to overview screen. Here we have to enter plan fixed cost for the whole fiscal year in controlling area currency, and our controlling area currency is USD. So I have entered 12,000 USD for posting period 1 to 12, and then select this period screen button. System will show you that the total plan fixed cost you have entered for the whole fiscal year is distributed, is allocated by the system over the per posting period. Then click on save. Any doubts till here?
नहीं सर.
Okay. Then we have to create a plan assessment cycle and then distribute and then execute the plan assessment cycle. To we perform this step to distribute or to allocate the plan fixed cost we have entered for primary cost element planning for the uh, whole fiscal year. Okay, so there are two methods. You can use this transaction code and menu path from IMG activity, or you can access it through SAP Easy Access also, and this is the transaction code. So we'll go follow this menu path. SAP Easy Access, then accounting, controlling, cost center accounting, then planning, current settings, define assessment. Execute this. Here we have to give a code. So I think we have followed with letter T. Okay, so we'll start with T, then plan assessment cycle for gas. So GS. Then starting date will be the start date of our fiscal year. Press enter. So this is the last date of our fiscal year. Then give a description, that is plan assessment cycle, iterative. Iterative means system will continue to search the parameters till it finds the exact match. That is called iterative. Then field groups, object currency, version 0. Go to attach segment, give a name, a code to the segment, that is segment plan assessment cycle gas, or we say gas 3. Segment gas expense cost. Here we have to assign, there are two methods. One is through assessment cost element, and then and the next is allocation structure. So we are going to discuss both of this method. So first we'll discuss how to perform the assessment of cost centers through assessment cost element. So here we have to assign the assessment cost element that we have created with the cost element category 42. So assign it, sender values, posted amounts, share in percentage 100, plan value origin radio button should be selected. Then receiver tracing factor, we'll select here fixed amounts. How the plan fixed costs to be distributed to the receiver receiving cost centers or cost objects. Go to senders or receivers. Under center, assign the cost center, sender cost center as gas expense, then sending cost element as gas expense GL, receiver cost centers of drill machine and hammer, sender values, share in percentage 100, plan value origin from version 0, receiver tracing factor. Here we have to enter the fixed cost. I am entering here as 500 USD per posting period. Okay, because we have entered the plan fixed cost per posting period as 1000 USD. Any questions still here?
No, sir.
Okay. Then go to back to segment header, select formal check, successful, back to receiver tracing factor, and then save. Create new request, plan assessment cycle for DL4. Save and continue. So the cycle is created. So go back. Now we have to execute this plan assessment cycle to allocate the plan fixed cost to the receiving cost objects. So this is the transaction code and menu path through SAP Easy Access. So we are already under the node planning. So go to allocations and then assessment, double click on it. Here you have to select the plan uh, posting period 1 to 12. Then select the checkbox test run and now select the plan assessment cycle. First we will execute it as test run. So execute. No errors were found. So go back and unmark this checkbox and execute it as update run. So no errors were logged here also. So go back and go to new session, and we have to go to a report called period breakdown actual or plan. So to access the report, go to menu path, accounting, controlling, cost center accounting, information system, reports for cost center accounting, more reports, and this is the node. Execute this, enter the controlling area fiscal year from and to posting period, then select cost center, gas expense, then here select cost center, sorry, cost element, gas expense GL, and then execute. See, the plan fixed cost on primary cost element remains intact. It has not distributed. But if you go back and select here the secondary cost element for assessment, execute it, so you will find that the costs are distributed or allocated to the receiving cost center. If you double click on any profit uh, posting period and select plan line items, continue, you will see it is distributed on secondary cost element. It is not showing you a minus sign against the gas expense GL. If you go to this layout and select this CO partner object name, shift to the left, continue, it will show you it is allocated to the drill machine and hammers through secondary cost element. Any doubts?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay, so go back. So we'll remain this. And now we have to create the actual assessment cycle. So to create, we'll follow this menu path from SAP Easy Access, and the actual assessment or is the period and closing activity. So it is under the node period and closing. SAP Easy Access, accounting, controlling, cost center accounting, then period and closing, current settings, define assessment. Execute it. We have to change the code. We'll start with letter T. Actual assessment cycle gas GS, and will perform this assessment for posting period 6, that is for the month September, 1st September 2024. Enter. You can perform the actual this allocation for a single posting period or whole posting period, whole fiscal year. You cannot perform it for a combination of 2 or 3 posting periods. Clear? So you have to change the last date of the posting period. Here we'll see actual assessment cycle, indicators iterative, field groups object currency, then go to attach segment, change the segment name, that is segment actual assessment cycle gas 3, segment gas expense actual. Here also we have to select the secondary cost element, then posted amounts, sender value, posted amount, share in percentage, and then act- actual value origin radio button is selected. Receiver value, here we'll see fixed percentages, then go to receiver cost center, gas expense, then cost element, gas expense GL, receiver cost center, drill machine hammer, drill machines hammer, sender values version 0, receiver tracing factor, we have entered percentages, so I'll distribute it in 60-40 ratio. So back to segment header, formal check is successful, then the receiver tracing factor. And before saving, I'll just want to ask any questions.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
No, sir, no questions.
Okay. So click on save, create new request, actual assessment cycle for DL4. Save and continue. So go back. Then the next thing that we have to do is we have to record the cost. Then we can run the actual distribution, actual assessment cycle. So go to transaction code FB50, then enter the date from the posting period 6. Select GL gas expense, debit, see 30,000. Then select bank GL, credit, assign cost center gas expense, press enter, simulate, and then post. So the document was posted. So if you go to this report and if you just remove this secondary cost element and execute it, it will show you the cost is recorded on actual cost, primary cost element. And now if you want to check by assigning secondary cost element also, so it will not show you plan cost because it is distributed through secondary cost element. So uh, therefore it is showing only the actual cost. Now we have to execute the actual assessment cycle, and this is the menu path. So we'll go to SAP. So we are under the menu path period end closing. So now we'll go to this node single functions, then allocations, and then assessment. Execute. Here we have to enter the posting period for which we want to run this actual assessment cycle. Select the test run checkbox and select the cycle and first execute it as test run. So no errors were logged. Back, then unmark this checkbox and we'll execute it as update run. So no errors. Go back. And now if you execute it, this report, and you will see that it is not displaying the actual cost. Then if you double click on posting period 6, select actual line items, continue. You will find that secondary cost element is displaying, and if you go to this layout and see the field CO partner object name, it is distributed through secondary cost element. And if you go to environment and accounting documents and double click on accounting document, so it will not show you the distribution, it will show you the actual cost recorded on the primary cost element. Again go to and go back, double click on profit center document. It will not show you the allocation, that the cost recorded on primary cost remain intact. And Then double click on controlling document. It is also says that the cost recorded remains intact on primary cost element. If you select here, if you select the secondary cost posting, then it will show you the secondary cost posting. You have to go back. So the secondary cost elements is acted as the element for to distribute the cost. It is used for reporting purpose. Okay. For assessment purpose. Here the costs are not actually distributed from primary cost. Okay. The cost remains on primary cost element. Clear? It is the difference between the assessment for cost center and distribution for cost center. Clear?
Sir, basically, where do we use this kind of reporting?
In management accounting,
Management accounting.
where you want to calculate the product cost.
Okay.
Okay, gas, you have incurred a gas expenses,
Okay.
but you want that, but the management wants to know how much gas expenses have incurred in production of drill machine and hammers.
Okay.
So this cost will be added to the cost of this drill machine and hammer, to the production cost of drill machine and hammer. For that
Okay.
purpose, you need this reporting. This allocation you need.
Um, okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
So now we'll see the second method of assessment for cost center. That is through allocation structure for cost center. Allocation structure means a structure that defines how the costs are recorded and how the costs are distributed to the receiving cost centers. Okay. Instead of, it is a structured way to define the asset allocation. That is called allocation structure. Here we define how the cost to be settled to the receiving cost center, that we define through in allocation structure. To define the allocation structure, this is the transaction code, and to and this is the menu path through IMG activity. So we'll go to IMG activity. SPRO SAP reference IMG, then controlling cost center accounting, actual postings, period end closing, assessment, define allocation structure. Execute this. So this is the default allocation structure, but we will create our own allocation structure. So the D4 is not there. Okay. So first go to this other controlling area and check whether the correct controlling area for whether your controlling area is there or not. It is there, still will save it. Okay, to ensure that the structure should be created within your controlling area. So go to new entries, we'll give a code D4, then assessment allocation structure, press enter, select this, and now go to assignments. New entry, here we'll create a code, and here we'll give a name to the assignment, that is assessment allocation. Select this and now double click on source. Here we will define the range of our primary cost elements. Okay, so that if we allocate the cost, so so any cost recorded on our primary cost element, okay, this source defines that the cost recorded on primary cost elements to be distributed. Okay, so what is the source where the primary cost is recorded? So this is the range we provide, that for this allocation structure, if the end user wants to allocate the cost recorded on primary cost center to the receiving cost center, then what is the source from which, from where the primary cost center receive the cost? So in case of our cost center gas expense, so here we will provide a here we will provide the range of our primary cost elements to, to define that from the GLs from the primary cost defined in the source in the allocation structure, the cost center have received the cost. Okay, so our primary, if you select here, the system will show you the cost center cost elements with primary cost element category 1. So it is the our, it starts with 4 lakh, so we'll define it as 4 lakh to 499. This is our range for primary cost elements. Then double click on assessment cost element, go to new entries, and here we have to select the assessment cost element 5 lakhs. So the structure that we have defined is any cost recorded on the primary cost element within this number range should be settled through assessment cost element with as cost element category 42. That is the structure we have defined. Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. So settlement cost element we will uh, we will discuss it in a separate topic. Okay. So
Okay.
till now we not required this, so we will not access it. So click on save, create new request. Allocation structure for assessment, save and continue. So we have defined the allocation structure. So now we have to create an actual assessment cycle using allocation structure. So the menu path is same as we define the actual assessment cycle, where we have defined it using the assessment cost element. So we'll follow this menu path. SAP Easy Access, accounting, controlling, cost center accounting, period end closing, then current settings, then define assessment. Okay, okay. We have to create it through IMG activity, not from here. Display IMG, controlling, cost center accounting, actual postings, period end closing, assessment, and then maintain assessment. Execute this, create, double click on create actual assessment. Actual assessment cycle allocation, and here we'll give it as G for gas, and we'll perform it for posting period 7. Execute, change the end date for posting period 7, then give the description actual assessment cycle allocation, indicators iterative, field status group object currency, then select attach segment, segment actual assessment cycle through allocation, then GS3. Segment gas expense actual through allocation structure, and here we have to select the allocation structure. Earlier in assessment for cost center, the first method we have selected the assessment cost element. Now we have to select assessment cost element, sorry, allocation structure. Sender values, posted amounts, share in percentage 100, actual value origin. Then receiver, here we'll select fixed portions, or we'll select the same fixed percentage. Sender receivers, select cost center, gas expense. Here, if the cost on cost center gas expense is only to be recorded from the cost element gas expense, then you don't need to specify here the sender cost element. Okay, because this element is part of the source structure. Okay, so if the cost on this cost center is being recorded through multiple cost elements, then you have to specify here the specific cost element. Otherwise, if the cost on this cost center is recorded only through a cost element, primary cost element, gas expense, then even if you left it blank, system will access the cost from the cost element, gas expenses. So we'll leave it blank to check whether system extract the cost or not. So select the receiver cost center, that is drill machine, then hammer, sender values from 0. Here I will distribute it as 50-50. Okay. And then go to segment, then formal check. So any questions still here?
No, sir.
Okay. Go to receiver tracing factor, save it, create request, actual assessment cycle through allocation structure. Save and continue. So the cycle is created. Go back, and now we have to record the cost. So go to FB50, select the date from posting period 7, select GL gas expense, debit 20,000, bank account GL credit 20,000, and then go to cost center and assign cost center gas expense, enter, simulate, and post. The document was posted. So go to this report, execute it again, and select the cost center, gas expense, then cost element, gas expense, and you will find the cost is recorded on primary cost element. Okay. So now we have to execute the actual assessment cycle. Okay. So again, we'll go to this path to execute the actual assessment cycle. So go to the menu path, period and closing, then single functions, allocations, assessment. Here we'll specify the posting period as 7 in from and to column, then select test run, and here we have to select the cycle. So this is the cycle, actual assessment allocation. First execute it as test run. No errors were logged. Back. Unmark this checkbox. Execute as update run. No errors. So go back. Go to this report. Execute it. So select, we have to select the secondary cost element, then execute it. Double click on posting period 7. Select actual line items, execute, and you will find that cost is execute allocated to drill machine and hammers through secondary cost element. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So this distribution and assessment method is also used to distribute the values recorded on profit centers. So the process, the concept is same for distribution of assessment for profit centers. So this is the transaction code to distribute the act to distribute the cost for distribution of to create the actual distribution cycle and execute the actual distribution cycle for profit centers. This is for cost centers. So it is an assessment to you. You have to practice it. Okay. So this is the third method of allocation of cost from primary cost to the receiving cost objects, that is periodic reposting. It is a period end activity. So it is same, it is similar to distribution, but it has some differences, or it is different from the distribution method, and these are the differences. For periodic reposting, no separate credit record is written. So we'll discuss this differences through a report, and to access that report you have to go to SAP Easy Access, then accounting, controlling, cost center accounting, information system, report for cost center accounting, plan actual comparisons, and this is the transaction code and node cost centers actual plan variances. Execute this, enter the controlling area fiscal year from and to posting periods, and then execute. So it will show you list of all cost centers, their debits, their credits. Okay. Debit means the cost recorded and credit means the cost allocated. And this is the over and under absorption of cost. So we have discussed the distribution allocation through distribution method for primary cost for the electricity expense cost center. What happens in distribution when a cost is distributed through primary cost element? The system creates a credit record. Okay, when the cost is recorded, system debits it, debit the cost element. But when a cost is distributed to a receiving cost objects, system creates a credit record. Okay, it happens in distribution. But what happens in allocation? So through periodic reposting, that the cost, while executing, while allocating the cost to the receiving cost objects through periodic reposting, instead of creating a credit posting, system reverse that posting from debit side only. So this is the difference between the two methods: distribution for cost centers and periodic reposting on cost centers. So this is what is defined over here. For periodic reposting, no separate credit record is written on the sender for the cost element in summary report. So when a cost is distributed through periodic reposting, there will not be a credit record. Okay. Instead, the total record for the cost element is reduced on the debit side, which means that the original debit amount can no longer be checked. So it is called unclean credit. So you will not find a debit amount here also, because it gets reduced from debit side. Then, however, during distribution, the system writes a total record for credit. It is called clean credit. So this is called clean credit. You can check the credit amount also on primary cost element. Therefore, it is called clean credit. Compared with periodic reposting, during distribution, system also updates the partner in the total records for sender. So for sender, there will be a change. Okay. The distribution also updates the partner in the total records for sender. This means that the partner can be displayed in the information system to the total records level. Why? And this periodic reposting is considered better over distribution because it creates a lesser records. So now we'll understand all these things in practically. So any queries?
No,
Okay. So this periodic reposting method is used that when the costs are recorded on the primary cost centers, and at the end of a period, when it is noticed that the certain costs are not recorded on the actual cost uh, actual cost objects, then this periodic reposting executed. Okay, the cost is reduced from the primary cost element, and it is allocated to the respective cost centers or cost objects. For that purpose, periodic reposting is used. Distribution and assessment is used to distribute the cost recorded for the assessment purpose. Okay, and periodic reposting is performed that if there is a, you can say, a misreporting, a cost is wrongly reported on primary cost centers, okay, or it is wrongly reported on one of the cost center. Now that cost is to be reposted to the correct cost center. Okay, for that purpose, the periodic reposting method is used. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'll check the process. So again, for periodic reposting, we will create some prerequisites. So go to SAP. First, we'll create a GL account to record the cost. FS00. We'll create a GL call water expense. Primary cost expense, water expenses, sort key 001, cost element category 01, primary cost, and field status group G001. Save it. So next we'll create profit center KCH5N. Select group expense, create profit center, water expense profit center, activate, activate again, and then save it. OKEON to create cost center. Select group expense, cost center, water expense cost center, cost center category, production, business area, then cost center, water expense, indicators, then save it. Now we'll go to KP06 to create the plan fixed cost, or to define the plan fixed cost for primary cost element to period 12. Here we'll select the cost center, water expense, and cost element, water expense GL. Then go to overview screen, specify the plan fixed cost, period screen, system distributes over evenly for 12 posting periods. Then post, the data has been posted. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So now we'll create the plan periodic reposting cycle. So we'll follow the easy access menu path. SAP easy access, then accounting, controlling, then cost center accounting, planning, then current settings, define periodic reposting. Execute this, change the code, that is T, plan periodic reposting cycle water. From 1st April 2024, execute, enter, plan periodic reposting cycle, indicators, then field groups, object currency, go to attach segment, segment plan periodic reposting cycle water 3, segment water cost, tender value, posted amounts, then share in percentage 100, plan valuation, then receiver rule, we select fixed portions, then sender receivers, select cost center, water expense, then the cost element, water expense GL, receiver cost center, drill machine and hammer, sender values from 0, then receiver tracing factor. Since we have selected fixed portion, means here you can enter both, either of the one, either a fixed amount, either a fixed percentage. Okay. So here again I'll give 60/40. Okay, so I have defined the percentage. Any questions?
No, sir.
Go to segment header, then formal check, back to receiver tracing factor, save, create new request, div- plan periodic reposting cycle. Save and continue. So the cycle is created. So now we have to execute the plan periodic reposting. Okay. So but before that, we'll check whether on this the plan cost are recorded or not. So we'll go back and again enter, execute this report. And now we'll go to cost center water expenses. You will find there is a debit for plan cost. And now we will again here period breakdown, select the under this report, select the cost center water expense, then the GL for water expense. And now we don't need it. So execute, it will show you the plan cost on the primary cost element. So now we'll execute this plan periodic reposting. So it is under planning aids. Under planning, it is defined under planning aids. So current settings, we are already under planning. And then we have to go to planning aids and then periodic reposting. Execute it. Select the to and from posting period. Select test run checkbox and now select the cycle and execute it as test run to check for the errors. There is no errors. So go back and now execute it as update run. So no errors were logged. Exit. Now first we'll go to period breakdown and see how the cost is distributed. So go back, execute it again. And now if you click on any posting period, go to plan line items and you will see that the cost is distributed on the receiving costs objects. Okay, in the ratio that we have specified. So similarly, if you go back, now we'll see what effect is on the cost center for primary cost. So we have to go back again in this actual plan variance report, then execute, then go to water expense cost center and you will find that it is reduced from the debit side. No credit records were created. If you go to this cost center electricity expenses, you will see a credit record is created. Okay. And for water expense, no credit record is created. The plan costs are reduced from debit side only. Clear? The difference between the two methods.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. So now we'll create the actual periodic reposting cycle. So to create it, this is the menu path. So we'll go to SAP. SAP Easy Access, then controlling, cost center accounting, period end closing, current settings, define periodic reposting. Execute. Actual periodic reposting cycle for water, and we'll create it in posting period 7. Change the last date to the posting period 7. Then plan periodic reposting cycle, indicate as iterative, field groups object currency, go to attach segment, segment actual periodic reposting cycle water 3. Segment water expense actual, sender value, posted amounts, share in percentage 100, actual values, radio button should be selected. Here we'll select fixed portions as receiver rule, receiver tracing factor, sender receivers, select cost center, water expense, then cost element, water expense GL, receiving cost centers, drill machine and hammer, receiver tracing factor will enter the same ratio 60/40. Back to segment header, then formal check, select receiver tracing factor, save, create new request, actual periodic reposting cycle for DL4. Save and continue. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now we'll record the cost on water expense element, cost element. We'll go to another session, FB50. Select posting date and document date from posting period 7. Water expense. Assign cost center to the GL water expense as water expense cost center. Press enter. Simulate post. The document was posted. So first we'll go to report period breakdown actual plan and go back, execute it again. So you will find the cost is recorded on primary cost element. Similarly, if we go to this report cost center actual plan variances, then go back, execute it again, then go to water expense cost center, you will find the cost is recorded on the water expense cost element to the debit side. So now we'll execute the actual periodic reposting cycle. It is a period end closing activity. So we'll go to a menu path. We are already under the node period end closing. Now we'll go to single functions and go to and then periodic reposting. Execute this. Here we'll specify the posting period as 7 where the actual cost is recorded. Test run, then select the cycle. First execute it as test run. No errors were logged. Now we'll execute it as update run. So no errors here also. First we'll see the report for period breakdown actual plan. Go back, execute again, double click on posting period 7, then select actual line items, continue. The cost is distributed. See, here it is the minus sign, minus signs. The cost is distributed through primary cost element on the receiving cost objects. It is distributed on drill machine and hammers. And if you go to the report and if you go back and execute again, go to water expense cost center, it is reduced from debit side only. So it is the difference between these two methods. It is how it is distributed. So the topic is internal order. Internal order means that it is a tool which records a short-term cost and then at period end closing, cost can be allocated from internal orders to other cost objects such as cost centers through a settlement process. What is the use of this tool internal order. It records a short-term cost. For example, a trade fair is organized to market the latest productions of the company. Say in our business scenario case, drill machine and hammers. Company have manufactured a new drill machine and hammers, and now they have conducting the uh, exhibition or trade fair to market the newly introduced products. Okay, so this marketing campaign, exhibition or trade fair is a short term activity. Do you agree with it? Hello, is it a short term activity, an exhibition, or do you think that the exhibition is held throughout the fiscal year, or it is held for a certain short period? Say, hello,
Maybe sir, it is a short period.
sorry,
Maybe it is a short period.
yes. So the exhibition will be held for a shorter period of time. Okay, so this marketing, it is come under marketing activity. Okay, so all the marketing costs that we record for the whole fiscal year will be recorded on marketing cost center. And now if the management wants to analyze how much cost we have incurred on exhibition for the new to market the newly uh, introduced products, okay, out of the total cost that is recorded on uh, marketing cost center. So it might be difficult to extract the cost that is recorded on marketing cost center, that if the total cost incurred recorded on marketing cost centers is 1 lakh, and now the management asks you to define how much cost out of 1 lakh, how much cost we have incurred on marketing the newly launched products. So it will be a time consuming task to extract that cost. To minimize this efforts, the time consuming efforts, SAP have introduced a tool called internal order, where the costs are recorded on internal orders. It is a short term uh, activity. Okay, and after the end of the exhibition, the cost recorded during the expenses incurred or the revenue generated from the exhibition are then allocated to the respective cost cent- to the respective uh, cost centers where it actually belongs, or it is added to the production cost or to the cost of the material for which the marketing activity was held. So this is what is mean by internal orders. Any questions? So for what purpose the internal orders are used, or what is the functions to track cost and revenues on a short term basis. For a specific activity, the cost and revenues are recorded and can be tracked. Control cost on ongoing basis. You can control the expenses on ongoing basis. Monitor cost and revenues related to specific service or activity. With internal orders, you can monitor the cost and revenues generated for the specific activity, that is for the trade fairs or marketing campaigns. Restrict costs from going beyond a certain limit by assigning budgets. You can allocate budgets to the your marketing campaigns so that you can monitor the expenses and you can ensure that the expenses will not go beyond the allocated budgets. Verify actual cost against plan. You can define a plan figures that how much expenses to be incurred you may incur for the marketing campaign and how much expenses you have actually incurred for the marketing campaign. Same for, okay, so these are the use and for of the internal orders. So internal orders are of four types, that is overhead orders, then profitability orders, investment orders, production orders. So internal orders mainly created for to record the overhead cost. This in component of controlling, that is the internal order, enables the organization to capture the overheads in a systematic manner relating to particular job. With this, you can analyze the overall cost that you have incurred for a specific activity, and if you also you can analyze whether this activity is profitable or not by comparing with the revenues that is generated out of this specific job. Okay, so in our the examples we are taking is marketing campaign, the or the trade fair to market the newly launched products, that is drill machine and hammer. So with this internal orders you can compare if this marketing campaign is profitable or not with the orders you get for uh, drill machine and hammers and the revenues that you generated with the cost that you have incurred for to market that products, and you can compare the profitability. For this is the use of internal orders. Any doubts or queries before we move forward?
No, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So now we'll see the configurations, how to configure the internal or how to perform the configurations so that the end users can utilize this tool internal order to track the cost and revenues for specific activity. Okay, so the first step is activate order management in controlling area. So this is the to define the order types, to define the customizations for internal order. The first step is to check whether we have activated the order management while defining the controlling area for our company code. So to do that, to check, this is the transaction code We have used this transaction code while defining the controlling area, but the menu path is different. It will take you to the same transaction code. So we'll go to IMG activity and we'll check. Sorry. Hello.
उसने स्क्रीनशॉट लिया था. Okay.
Okay. So we'll go to IMG activity and display IMG, then controlling internal orders, activate order management in controlling area. Execute this, continue. Go to position, find your controlling area, continue. Select controlling area and double click on activate components or control indicators. So we have to check this field order management. It is active. So we do not need to change it to make any changes. We have already activated while defining our controlling area. Clear? So now we'll move to the next configuration, that is define order type. So it is a group where the order types, the internal orders are grouped. Okay. There are two types of internal orders. One is real internal order. Real internal order means that you can track the cost of a particular event, and at the end of at the end you can settle the internal order cost to the respective cost center. So for any particular activity, say marketing expense, marketing campaign, you can record the cost on the internal order. Okay. And it is also a cost object, that is called internal order. Instead of recording the cost to the cost center, you record that cost on internal order, and when the event completes, then you can allocate that, you can settle that cost, or you can transfer that cost to the respective cost center, that is marketing expenses, or you can transfer that cost to the cost center of your drill machine and hammers, because you have conducted the marketing campaign for your products, drill machine and hammer. So that cost you can add to the cost of the drill machine and hammer. So that is called the real internal orders. Statistical internal orders, these orders can only collect cost and you cannot settle it to the cost object. For example, you have uh, organized the marketing campaign to market your products, drill machine and hammers. And for marketing campaign, you need some preps, that uh, standee will be there, some posters will be there, some handbooks will be there, manuals you need, okay, to describe your product. Okay. uh, you need tables, you need chairs. Okay. So basically you need a setup so that you can set up your stall and uh, you market your to market your product. for to organize these preps, you need a transport vehicle. Okay, to transport these preps from your warehouse, your factory, your company to the venue where the marketing campaign was held. So all the preps for both the products are transported to a single vehicle. Okay. So in this case, it will be a difficult to itematize the transport expenses you have incurred to transport the preps and to transport the staff who is going to be represent your company at the marketing campaign. So it is difficult to itematize that cost. So that cost are recorded on internal order and that is directly posted to the respective cost center, that is motor expenses or transport cost center. So that is the difference between internal order, real internal order and statistical internal order. Any questions on it?
No, sir.
Okay. So these internal order types are, you can say, a group where a similar kind of internal orders are created. So we have seen this while we defining the asset class. We have defined asset class and all our customizations we have defined on asset class. So the asset master that we have created will get all those parameters, will get all those configurations that are defined on asset class. So here also the order type is created as storing various control parameters, and the internal orders created under that order type gets all those parameters that is created for order type. Okay, and internal a number range is also created for order types so that all the internal orders can be numbered serially within that number range interval. Clear about order types?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is the menu path and transaction code to define the internal order types. So we'll follow this menu path. So go to IMG activity, display IMG, controlling internal orders, then order master data, define order types, execute. Go to new entries. Here you have to define the order category. So select this. So there are various order categories defined. So this is the order category 1 for internal order. It is predefined order categories by SAP. So select this order category 1, continue. You have to give a 4-digit alphanumeric code for your internal order type. So we'll give it as DEL7, internal order trade fairs, and we'll give it as DL4. Then the next thing, we have to define the maintain number range, but we will define this at later stage. Then the control indicators. So this is the tab control in section control indicators. CO partner objects. Do you want to activate the CO partner object on internal order? So yes, active. Okay, you want to update the CO partner, then it is active. Commitment management. What do we mean by that? Commitment management means if you want to track future commitments, like uh, you want to say that the we will get the orders from the marketing campaign. So these are the commitment. You will say we will get the order for 1,000 units. Okay, we'll get the orders through marketing campaign for 1,000 units. So this is called a commitment. So, and when the orders you receive the orders, you book that orders against the commitments. Then you can compare how much orders you have received out of the commitments that you have given, that you will receive the 1,000 orders. So that is called commitment management. So if you if your business requirement requires that, if it is your business requirement, you can activate this. Then revenue postings. Revenue postings means if you want to compare both, if you want to use this order type to record both revenue and expenses generated out of this marketing campaign, and to check the profitability of the marketing campaign, then you can activate this indicator. Then the third is integrated planning. If you want to maintain a plan figures directly on sending cost center, like if you are defining that the cost is recorded on trade fairs, okay, then if you want that, you want to plan the cost that uh, you may incur a cost for marketing campaign for a period of 3 posting periods, say 30,000. And if you want to compare that how much expenses you have incurred on marketing campaign per posting period, if the marketing campaign lasts for 3 posting periods, so then you can compare that how much expenses you have incurred against the plan fixed cost for that particular marketing campaign. Clear about control indicators or have any queries?
No, sir.
Okay. Then general parameters. First is settlement profile. The settlement profile, it defines that how the cost recorded on internal orders to be settled on the receiving cost objects. Like if the cost we record the cost on the costs internal order trade fairs. Now how that cost is to be settled on the receiving cost centers, that is drill machine and hammer, that is defined under settlement profile. Okay, so to define or to maintain the settlement profile, we have to go to this transaction code or menu. This is the menu part to maintain the settlement profile. So we'll keep this open. We'll go to another session and we'll go to IMG activity. SPRO reference IMG, then controlling internal orders, actual postings, settlement, maintain settlement profiles. Execute this. Maintain settlement, double click on maintain settlement profiles. Here is the default settlement profile that company that SAP have provided. So DL, okay, DL4 is open. Okay, we can create DL4. So double click on this overhead cost that is define default settlement profile and click on copy. Now you can change the code. We'll change it to DL4 and we'll see change the description. Overhead cost internal order for DL4. Here you have to define whether the actual cost or actual sales to be settled in full or can be settled or not for settlement, that you have to define. Then down payments you can check. Then the allocation structure. Here under settlement profile we have to define the allocation structure where we define which cost element to be used to settle the cost recorded on the on the internal order to the receiving cost objects. Okay, so to define the cost element through which the cost to be settled on recorded on internal order to the receiving cost center, we have to create a cost a secondary cost element with cost element category 21 in transaction code FS00. So we'll go to another session and we'll create a GL FS00. Go to secondary cost element and select the next number. GL account type secondary cost, account group secondary cost elements, secondary cost element for internal order settlement. Then control data, scroll down, sort key 001 and cost element category will be 21 internal settlement. Create bank interest, field status group will be cost accounts and save it. So if you have remember that we have created allocation structure while for the process of to allocate the cost through assessment for cost center method. So we'll go to this menu path where we have already created the allocation structure. So this is the process if you have not created the allocation structure. Okay, but we have already created. So we will till here double click on assessment cost element folder is the process if you have not maintained the allocation structure while defining the assessment cost assessment for cost center. So again we'll keep this settlement profile session open and we'll go to another session for IMG activity to access the allocation structure that we have defined. So display IMG, then controlling, then internal orders, actual postings, settlement, maintain settlement profiles. Sorry, maintain allocation structure. Execute. We have defined the allocation structure D4. So select this, go to assignments, then you can change the description to assessment allocation internal order, press enter, select this assignment, double click on source. We have defined this source cost elements, then assessment cost element we have defined. Now we have to define the settlement cost element. So double click on folder settlement cost elements, go to new entries. The receiver category will be cost centers. We have to settle this internal order to the cost center. If you want to settle the cost recorded on internal order directly from the primary cost element, then you can select this checkbox cost element, or if you want to settle it through settlement cost element, then you have to assign this secondary cost element that you have defined with the cost element category 21. So assign it, double enter, and then save it. Go to own request and choose the transport request allocation structure for assessment and continue to save it. So now you can assign this allocation structure D4 to this settlement profile. Profitability analysis structure we not required now. Uh, this process is clear how to define the settlement cost element for internal order in allocation structure, or have any
Yes.
query?
No, sir, it's clear. It's clear.
Clear, na? Okay. So now the default object type will be cost center. Indicators 100% settlement in equivalent numbers. Here we have to define which valid receivers, how the cost, who are the receivers on which the internal order will be settled. So these are the parameters that for settlement GL is not required. The cost to be settled on cost center or order, so it is set as optional. So it is to be set as optional. Then business process settlement not allowed, real estate object not allowed. These are the different modules. So it is not related to our business project, business scenario. So we have said that it is not allowed. Document type, if you specify a document type, say if you want to restrict this internal order settlement to a specific document type, that is general ledger or accounts receive customer document or vendor document, then you can assign the document type. So if you assign it, then this internal order type, this settlement profile will be restricted only for that document type. So we'll keep it black. Maximum number of distribution rules. The minimum requirement is one. Okay, it's this is SAP says there will be a minimum one distribution rule through which you can settle this settlement profile. You can settle this internal order. Residence time, till how many months this settlement profile will remain open for the internal order to be settled. So this is what we have to define under settlement profile. Press enter. Number of entries copies 1. So any questions about settlement profile configuration?
No, sir.
Okay. So click on save, create request.
Sir, the settlement profile, how frequently we will be doing this record?
This is to be this customization will be created at once,
Okay.
because the customization will be created before the project is submitted to the end user, to the
Okay. So
business.
it is kind of a implementation stage.
Yes, it is a part of implementation.
Okay.
All the customizations that we have learned are
Mhm.
part of implementation.
Okay.
Okay. When
Okay.
the project is submitted to the business users, when they start posting their day-to-day business transactions,
Okay.
then the customizations will not involve in it, because they have already received the solution to manage their business functions.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
so the customizations are part of the implementation.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, your
Okay.
confusion is your doubt
Clear.
is
Clear.
clear.
Clear. Clear. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
So going forward, when we do the implementation in the client place, so the user will just use this customization. I mean, this, what do we say? This
No, no, no,
profiles
no.
or
Yes, it will use.
it will be
We will
used
learn
by the
all the,
user.
yes,
Okay. Okay.
yes, yes. We will discuss all the process, not
Okay.
only customization. Because see, if you're doing the customizations, you should also know the end user process.
The end user process. Correct. Mm.
Okay. Then
Yes.
how will you test? Okay.
Okay.
So first we are doing customizations and then we'll going to test it whether these customizations are working or not.
Okay.
So that's what we are doing from since we have started the practicals.
Practicals. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay, understood.
So define settlement profile for internal order. Save and continue. So now you can assign this settlement profile into the internal order type. Okay. So you can exit from, okay, not here. You can exit from this customization also, and for allocation structure also. Okay, we have already exited. No. Okay. So what we'll do, we'll stop here. Okay.
Okay.
And we'll discuss the further customizations
Okay.
in the next class, that is tomorrow.
Okay.
So save it. Okay. We have to select the object class. Object class means the type of order.
Order, because it is
Okay.
mandatory here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is, yes, we have to define the type of orders.
Okay.
Whether it is the overhead cost, this order type is for recording the overhead cost or the investment, it is a different module.
Okay.
Then for production cost or for profitability analysis. What is the purpose
Okay.
of this internal order type? That we have to specify in object class.
Object class. Okay.
Okay. This is the information we have to define the number range, but now we'll save it so we can access these customizations tomorrow.
Okay. Okay.
That is why we are saving it. So
So
define,
last Sunday we didn't have class, right?
yeah, we didn't had
Okay. Okay.
define internal order, or we can say internal order types. Save and continue. Okay. So we'll discuss the further customizations for the internal order types in the next class, that is tomorrow. So yesterday we were discussing internal order. So we have configured few customizations for internal order type. So now we'll continue to configure the further customizations. So we'll go to SAP, then SPRO, SAP reference IMG, controlling, internal orders, order master data, define order types. So here we have defined the order type as DL7. So we'll open it. So we have defined the order type name, then settlement profile, object class. We have discussed the control indicators. Now we have to define the planning profile.
Yes.
So what planning profile contains? Planning profile contains the templates and parameters where for you can specify the plan figures for past periods where the event is organized, and for future periods also. Okay. So that is called that customization is for planning profile. So you can define the plan figures for past 3 years from the current fiscal year and future 5 years from the current fiscal year. So if the same activity, if the same event is your company is going to be organized in future also, so you can compare the actual figures against the plan figures. So that is the purpose to define the planning profile. So now we'll see how to define the planning profile for internal order. This is the transaction code and this is the menu path. So we'll keep this open and we'll go to another session and access the IMG activity again. Financial account, sorry, controlling, then internal orders, then planning, manual planning, maintain planning profile for overall planning, and define planning profile for overall planning. So this is the default planning profile that is provided by SAP. So double click on it and then click on copy, and now we have to rename it DEL 004 planning profile for internal order for DL4. Here you can define the time frame for how many past years and how many future years you want to define the define the plan figures against which you are going to compare the actual expenses incurred or actual revenues generated from the particular short term event. So we have taken the example of trade fairs. If you want to maintain the plan figures for total values, total value means total of this plus current year, means 5 plus 3 8, and including current year means 9 years. If you want to maintain a plan figure for overall planning, then you can select the total values, and you are also want to define the figures annual planning figures for your internal order, then you can select annual values. Decimal places, if you want to select any decimal places to be uh, used for planning profile, that then planning figures, then you can enter. Planning currency, it will be controlling area currency. Detailed planning and unit costing. If you want to restrict this planning profile towards a primary cost elements, revenue cost elements, so you can assign the respective group so that this planning profile will be restricted for certain uh, cost elements or revenue elements only. If you keep it blank, then it will be open for all the internal orders. Exchange rate type M, that is standard average rate. So these are the parameters you can define for the planning profile. Press enter. So number of entries copied 1. Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. So save it, create new request, define planning profile for internal order. Save and continue. So you can assign this planning profile to the internal order type. Okay. So you have to exit from here, then it will display over there.
Sir, in the previous screen, we have entered different details, right, like primary cost element and all. These fields are not mandatory fields, or are these mandatory?
We will going to define some parameters over there,
Okay.
but if you do not want to use that planning profile only for certain elements like
Okay.
primary cost element or revenue elements, then you can keep that fields blank.
Okay. Okay.
If you
So
want to
not
specifically use, yes,
mandatory. Okay. Okay.
yes,
So
if
it
you
will
want to
be based on
specifically
the
use that
okay. Okay.
profile, that planning profile for primary cost element or the revenue cost element, then you can assign those groups.
Okay.
You have to assign those groups of revenue cost elements, uh, then sender cost center group, sender account
Account.
type group.
Okay.
If you want to use these elements, this planning profile, if you want to use for specific elements,
Okay.
then you can assign those elements over here.
Okay. Okay.
Clear?
Okay, sir.
Next is execution profile that we don't require. Then next is budget profile. What is budget profile? You can define the budgets for certain activities for internal orders. Say if you want to, uh, so we have taken example that our company wants to conduct an trade fair, that is called exhibition, to market the latest products that company have produced, that is drill machine hammers. Okay, so for that marketing event you can define budgets which ensures that your expense will not cross the limits. Okay, it will keep a check on your expenses. For that you need to define the budget profile. Clear? So
Okay.
yeah, the same customization, like same parameters we have to specify like we have specified it for planning profile. So this is the transaction code and menu path. So now we'll go to display IMG, controlling internal orders, then budgeting and availability control, then maintain budget profile. Maintain, double click on maintain budget profile. This is a general budget profile, or you can say a default budget profile. So double click on it, click on copy. Now change the name, that is DL004. You'll also change the text, budget profile for internal order DL4. Here we have system have specified that we will define the budgeted figures for past 1 year and future three fiscal years. Total values for total period also, we can define the total budgeted figures, or we can also define the individual and figures for the every annual year. Exchange rate type M, if we define the figures in if the cost or the internal orders are recorded in foreign currency, then for translation the exchange rate type is M, that is standard average rate. Then decimal places, if you have want to specify, you can specify. Then budgeting currency will be controlling area currency. Here the availability control, here you can define that out of the budgeted figures, when you specify for the internal order, how much out of that budgeted figures, how much is available for the to be expense out, that is defined over here. If you specify here as 80%, then this the budget that you allocate to for that marketing event, out of that only 80% of the amount will be available to be expense out. That is the meaning of this availability control. Any doubt, any doubts about budget profile?
No, sir, nothing, nothing.
No. So press enter and click on save, create new request, define budget profile for internal order, save and continue. So you can assign this budget profile to internal order type. So this is the one. If you assign this, if you want to assign any functional area to this internal order, then you can assign. Model order means if there is any sample order type, or if any existing order type which is closed previously and you want to refer those parameters for your new internal order type, then you can use that previously defined internal order type as model order type. So we are creating it fresh, so we will not use it. Collective order without automatic goods movement. So any of this you can select. So we have not defined any goods movement. So will select this only, collective order without automatic goods movement. Then archiving. Do you guys know the meaning of archiving?
Archiving means basically storing the current information or the obsolete information into a specific directory, and we can refer that if we need it in future.
Will it stored on the same database where your current data is stored?
Basically, it will be in different location only.
Yes. So what happens? It is a backup of your data which is not required currently, or which is not required in future.
Okay.
For reference.
Okay.
Okay. So a common example, say, as per income tax law of India, you have to maintain the previous 5 years data digitally and physically within your registered office, at your company's registered office.
Okay.
Okay. So if there is a data in your system, whether it is physical or digital, prior to uh,
5 years.
5 years, okay, then that data will only uh, create only occupy the space in your database. So to free up that database, the data which is no longer required for referencing is stored is उसका बैकअप लिया जाता है and
Okay.
it is stored on hard drives, whether it is in CD form or disk form. It is
Okay.
stored on external devices or any external location.
Okay.
That is called archiving.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so here we have to specify till how many months this internal order type will remain in the system
Mm-hmm.
before it is being archived.
Okay. So while doing the configuration, we are telling the SAP system to keep this information for this many months, and after that, it has to go to archive.
It will be available for archiving.
Okay.
Okay, before that, even if the archiving was performed, this internal order type system will not take into account.
Mm-hmm.
Since we have defined the limit till how many months that this internal order type will remain in the system. It will
Okay.
be open for clearing, open for use. Okay,
Okay.
that define in archiving. That is called the residence time. Then status profile. Here we define how the status of the internal order will remain in the system. Okay, so there are three types of statuses. So I'll demonstrate how it works. Okay,
Okay.
so you will understand better rather than explaining theoretically. So this is the meaning of status profile. So we'll go to another session and we'll define the status profile
Okay.
for this internal order type. So the menu path will be okay.
Controlling
Yes. Controlling internal order, then order
orders,
master
then order
data,
master data,
then
and
status
then
management,
status management,
and define
define
status
status
profile.
profile. Okay.
So this is the default one, but it is created for DE, that is German language. So we have
Okay.
to go to new entry, and here we have to define the first. I'll check the available number. We
Do we
can
have any
start
filter
from 7.
option here?
So sorry,
Do we have any filter option here? Because we see EN for English and DE for Germany. Is there any filter option to select only English language or Germany language like that?
if it is defined, then you can.
Okay.
But if it is not defined, so you have to see some profiles system will define as default.
Okay.
Okay, if it is not defined in English, then you have to refer this. Okay, you can double click on it. You can go to copy and you name it, and you can change the maintenance language also if you want to use the same parameters.
Okay.
Okay, so you can refer and you can create a new one also. So we'll create a new one.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll give a status profile name as DEL 0007, and we'll give name as internal order 1, maintenance language English,
Okay.
and then continue. It is created, then double click on it. To here we will keep this status as blank, and now we'll go to object type, and here we have to activate the internal order so that this status profile will be available to use for internal orders. Internal order. Even if any activity over here, like we are doing the marketing campaign. So if here, if you find the category or object type as campaign, so you can also select, or if in letter M, let's see if there is a, no, there is no object type. So here we have defined it, the internal order. So it is used to determine which business transactions are allowed to an order.
Okay.
So now if it is defined, so save it. So create request, define status profile for internal order. So we will create another status profile. So double click on it, then click on copy. Okay. Select this, then click on copy. Just change the number, and this is only for demonstration purpose.
Okay.
How? So double click on it. How the transactions available changes when you specify a statuses for you define the user statuses. Okay, so here we'll specify the status number as 1, status will be 1, short text the refer from which order it is to be referred. So we'll define the status to be referred from status profile, that is we have created previously. Then the lowest status number will be 1, highest will be 1, position will be 1, and priority will be 1. Then go to object type to check the internal order is defined, and now click on save. Create new request, define status profile with user status for internal order. Save and continue.
So we have created another status profile and
Yes, we
setup has
have
been made
name
for
it.
the first status profile.
Yes, we have refer it from first status profile. Okay.
Okay.
Now we'll exit from here and we'll go to order type. Here we'll assign the status profile that we have created as 7, that is internal order 1, and we'll select this checkbox, release immediately. What is the meaning of it? Order of this order type are automatically assigned release status when they are created. This status allows nearly all business transactions. When we create a internal order under this order type, then status release will be assigned to that internal order, which allows all business transactions. Release means this internal order is available for settlement.
Okay.
We can assign to the particular expenses. Okay. this internal order we can assign to particular expense, and that internal order is available for settlement. That is the meaning of released.
Okay.
Okay. When we create internal orders, we'll discuss more on this status.
Okay.
Okay. So when we save it, this here the status will be changed. Okay. Here it is create field selection is showing. When we save this, when we complete the configuration, we'll again come back to here, and it will show you that the status is changed. That I will demonstrate in few minutes.
Okay.
So the order layout. What is order layout? So the order layout defines basically the field statuses of the data, the, of the fields that uh, we will required for defining the internal order specifications by the end user. It has the same meaning as field status variant. Okay.
Okay.
We have also seen the layout in asset accounting.
Yes.
Yes. So it has the same meaning.
Okay.
So this is the menu path.
Controlling
Controlling internal
internal
order,
orders,
order
order
master
master
data,
data,
screen
and
layout,
layout,
then define
define
order
order.
layout. So system have provided a default order layout.
Hmm.
So select this, go to tab page titles. So here are the field assignments, then control data. If you select this control data and double click on position group boxes,
Mm-hmm.
so you will find the position will be 1, the group box will be 2, then it meaning status control means you will find these tabs in internal order
Okay.
where you will find a further data under it.
Okay.
Okay, here here the positioning of tabs, like we have defined the asset master,
Mm-hmm.
where the first tab is master data. We
Yes.
define the uh, name of the asset master, then account determination. Then the second tab was time dependent, where we have to define whether the asset is acquired previously, then the origin of that asset. Okay, you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Then there
Yes.
is a tab origin, or there is a tab depreciation, where we define the depreciation keys and the start date for the ordinary depreciation. So these are the tabs. So that was the positioning. Which tab comes first, which tab comes second. So that
Mm-hmm.
positioning of the tabs is defined over here. Clear?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay. So so these are the various tabs which is defined. So we'll use this default layout only. We will not change it. So we'll assign this default layout. Print form, it is also given a default given as CO order. Order master data, we'll assign it same. And now we have to define the number range interval, so that the order types, the internal orders that will we create under this order type will be assigned a same number range. Sorry, yes, will be defined in the number range interval that we define. So you can save it, or you can directly select this assign or change intervals. Okay, first we have to save only. So first we'll save this data. Here say number in range was not processed. Continue. So go to own request, and yesterday we have defined the, yes, we have created this customization request, define internal order types. So save it, select and save it. Now if you have to select this, or you can go to this transaction code that is defined over here as KONK,
Okay.
and this is the menu path, or you can directly access from here. Okay, it will directly take you to the process over here.
Okay.
So the process says that click on change group. Okay, if you want to define the number range interval, you can click on change group, but before that we'll just check the number range. It is 799. Okay, so when you landed over here, go to change group. Okay, first you have to select this our internal order type and go to change group. It is saying change group, which group to be. Okay, click on change group. Okay, we are already under it. So go to group and then create. Okay, so the group will be internal order trade affairs. Here we'll give any number range. So I'll give 88, and I will give it as 8. Okay, I'll define the number range and number range and define the number range interval. So click on save. It says okay, the number is less than. Okay, what I have goof up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, and what happens over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I have to add one more 9. Enter the from number. Okay, I'll just modify it again. It says 7 digits. Okay, I'll modify it again. 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Save it. Okay, the number range is saved. Go back. Okay, what happens? Array, we exited from here. So we have defined this number ranges, and now we have to assign the number range. Okay,
Okay.
so double click on it. So first select this and then go to group, assign element to group. So scroll down and this is the number range. So double click on it. So now if you scroll down, you will find that the number range is assigned to our internal order type.
Okay.
Okay. So now save it, go back, and you will find the number range is updated. Clear?
Okay. Clear. Clear.
Great. Where that why it is showing that we have not assigned any planning profile or something. Okay,
I think we missed to save it, is it?
okay, we have to I think we have not saved it properly. Therefore that the selection was not picked up. So we have defined the internal order type. So we'll create another internal order type with
Okay.
the second status profile that we have created. Okay.
Okay.
So we have to create another order type.
Okay.
So we'll select this, then
Okay.
click on copy.
Copy.
Okay, we have to enter it and then click on
Copy.
copy.
Okay.
So we will change the name. We'll
Okay.
also change the description. Internal order trade fair, it user status.
Okay. Delport.
DEL.
I think the
It is
letters
not
are not
there.
there.
So
Accepted.
I'll just enter 4
Oh, okay.
and we have to change the
Status order.
okay
It's
then
perfect. Okay.
and
And still it
press
is not
enter.
showing the save option.
Sorry,
It's too long. Order type name, I think it is not taking this. Or we
where
can
order
put internal order as IO. No, it is okay.
now it is copied.
Copy.
Now you will
Also
see the
shows
status
option.
dependent field, it is changed.
Okay.
So if you select this, you will find that same we have defined. So it is changed over here. If you go to field selection, okay, select this, go to field selection, and here you can define the field status.
Okay.
There are 6 pages. Okay.
Okay.
If you want to hide any of this field during creation of internal order, so you can hide it. If you want to make it display only,
Okay.
you can select this. If you want to, it is set to input. That means these fields are available to input the data.
Okay.
If you want to make it any field required during creation of internal order, then you can select, or if you want to highlight any field,
Okay.
then you can select this checkbox which is termed as highly.
Okay. Can we see one example for highly? Maybe in the next meeting.
So what I can say is I'll make this. Okay, we'll
Okay.
change it and then we'll see how it works for our internal order.
Okay.
Okay, I made this field business area highly. Okay.
Okay.
So go back. So then first save it.
Okay.
Okay. So now save this internal order type. So
Hmm.
create new request, internal order type with user status. Save and continue. So the data is saved. So we have created two internal order types, one with blank status and one with user status. See, if you are sincerely attending the class, I don't have any objections in taking
Mhm.
class, because a lot of, out of 14 or 15 participants, only you are from last three sessions. I think last session you were there. Today you are the
Yes.
only candidate what is there. So that was my concern. Only.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So at least I need a one candidate to take a batch.
Yes, yes. Understood. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
If you are ready to attend the last batch also, I am there. I will be there.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll continue.
हाँ कंटिन्यू करते हैं.
So we'll see how to create the internal orders.
Okay.
It is the end user activity. These internal orders are created by end users. So we have given them the environment. We have defined the tool,
Hmm.
how to we have customized the internal orders.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now it is the end user activity to
Hmm.
define the internal order.
Okay.
So there are two types of internal orders. One is real internal order,
Hmm.
which you can use to uh, record and track the cost for the short term event, that is trade fairs or exhibitions.
Okay.
Okay. And later on you can settle that cost to the respective cost centers. For example, we are conducting an event, that is
Hmm.
marketing campaign, which is also called a trade fair, to
Mm-hmm.
market our latest products, drill
Hmm.
machine and hammers.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
whatever the cost we incurred during that event
Hmm.
to conduct that event, okay, there will be the cost may be the uh, exhibition charges, okay, that stall charges, okay, then the properties that we display at uh, trade fairs, like standee, then
Hmm.
tables, chairs. So these are the costs that we incurred to conduct the trade fairs.
Okay.
Okay, so these costs are recorded on internal order
Okay.
instead of recording those costs to the marketing cost center.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
and when that event is completed, then we'll transfer this cost to marketing cost center or
Hmm.
directly to the cost of drill machine and hammer.
Okay.
So that is how a
Hmm.
internal order is used.
Hmm. Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
the real internal order is used for this particular task. Okay. So that is called the real internal orders, which is
Hmm.
used to track and record the cost for a particular event.
Mm-hmm.
And when that event completes,
Hmm.
the cost recorded on that internal order is transferred to the
Order to the
respective cost
respective
center.
cost center. Okay.
Okay, that is called real internal order. The
Okay.
statistical, the second type is statistical internal order. Here, these orders cannot
Hmm.
be settled, because here we take the example of motor vehicle expenses. We have to
Okay.
market our two products, drill
Hmm.
machine and hammer,
Mm-hmm.
and we have to carry our staff, then the properties, the preps, that we
Hmm.
require to market our products
Mm-hmm.
through a vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. All the properties, then the staff will be transported through for both the materials
Hmm.
through a common transport to a common vehicle. In this
Okay.
case, it is difficult to itematize how much transport expense you have incurred for marketing during for the marketing activities, for the preps and
Hmm.
staff to uh, carry from your factory to the marketing campaign site for drill
Hmm.
machine and hammer. Are you getting it?
It's like rough amount we are going to define as a
For
internal
example,
order.
you are incurred a transport cost
Hmm.
to carry those material, drill machine, hammers. Then you required a standee to
Hmm.
advertise your company's uh, profile, your product's profile. You
Mm-hmm.
got brochures.
Hmm.
Okay, all these things you transport from a single vehicle, and you
Okay.
incurred about 50,000 a transport
Hmm.
cost.
Okay.
Okay, then it is difficult to itematize that out of 50,000
Hmm.
how much cost you have incurred for the transport, to transport the preps for drill machine and transport the preps for hammers, because
Okay.
all the preps are transported in a single vehicle.
Single vehicle. Okay.
So it is difficult to itematize that
Okay.
transport cost. So
Okay.
these costs are directly recorded on the uh, first it is recorded on uh, internal order, and
Mm-hmm.
after the completing of event it is directly assigned to the uh, motor vehicle cost center. Okay,
Okay.
so
Okay.
it is not settled.
Hmm.
So it is, these statistical internal orders are not settled. It is not.
Even even for real internal order also, when the event is going to occur, we are creating an internal order for the cost and we keep it as it is. Once the event gets completed, it will be transferred to the respective cost center, right? Same way here also we are having it in statistical order, and the only difference is in statistical internal order, the settlement will not be completed.
Yes. Okay,
Okay.
this transport cost di- uh, you cannot uh, divide between how much you incurred for a drill machine and how
Drill
much you
machine and how
incurred
much for
for
hammers.
hammers.
Okay.
So there it is to be transferred to uh, recorded on uh, motor vehicle cost center only.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
that is called statistical internal order.
Okay.
Clear?
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, so now we'll see how to create the internal order.
Okay.
So we'll create all three internal orders. Like, first we'll create real internal order.
Mm.
Second, we'll create real internal order with user status.
Okay.
And third, we'll create the statistical
Statistical
internal order.
internal order.
Okay.
So basically it is three types.
Yes, because we have created two order types.
Okay. Mm.
One is internal order,
Mm.
that is blank user status. And second, we have created internal order type for with user status 1. Okay. So now we'll create these internal orders. So, but before that, we need some
Mm.
uh, prerequisites. So we have cost center for drill machine, but we have to create cost center and profit center for trade fairs. So we'll go to SAP and first we'll create
Okay.
the cost center, profit center, then cost center for trade fairs. So KCH5N. So select the group expense, then go to create profit center. Trade affairs profit center, trade fair profit center, then person responsible, and then
Sir, sorry. I got power interruption. I lost your voice for 2 to 3 minutes.
till what you have remember.
You started to navigate the menu, right?
Yeah, I have accessed the code KCH5N to define
Okay.
to access the standard hierarchy for profit center.
Profit center change. Okay.
Okay, and I'm creating the profit center for trade fairs.
Trade fair. Okay.
Okay, then after defining these parameters, click
Hmm.
activate,
Hmm. Okay.
then activate again, and then save it and exit. Then go to transaction code OKEON and select the group expense. Go to create cost center, trade affairs cost center, then person responsible cost center category. Here I'll select as marketing.
Okay.
Organization, select business area, then profit center, trade fairs, indicators. Okay, back to basic data, save it. So we have created trade fairs, cost center, and profit center. So now we are ready to create the internal order.
Okay.
This is the transaction code and
Hmm.
menu path through easy access to create the internal order.
Okay.
So SAP easy access, then
Accounting,
accounting, then controlling,
controlling, internal
internal
order,
orders,
master data,
master data, then
special function,
special functions, then order
order,
and create.
create. Okay.
Double click on it. Here, make sure
Hmm.
the correct controlling area is entered.
Hmm.
Then select order type, that is DEL7,
Okay.
and you can press enter or select master data.
Master data.
So these are the tabs I was talking about when we have defined the
Hmm.
uh, order layout.
Okay.
Okay, so in that these fields are defined. We have to define which field to be displayed, which field to be suppressed. Okay,
Okay.
okay, and these are the tabs.
Thanks. Okay. Yeah.
So
In this
here,
case,
yeah,
we have clicked highlight highly for business area, right?
yes. So we'll check how it works.
Okay.
Okay, I haven't used that highly
Okay.
before. I have to check also.
Okay.
So let's see if it highlights over here
Hmm.
or if it highlights in when we record the cost, when we book the cost, at that time it highlights.
Okay.
Okay. The meaning is which is highly, uh, you can say, highly important, that field.
Okay.
Okay. So here we'll give the description as internal order trade fairs, then the controlling area company code. If you want to, will enter a business area, that is Bangalore. Okay. Plant functional area, if it is there. Object class overhead, it is directly extracted from order type. Then profit center, here will assign the profit center trade fairs. Then responsible cost center will assign the responsible cost center as trade fairs, and requesting cost center will assign the cost center as drill machine. So what scenario is created over here is that the drill machine has started the campaign trade fairs to market the new drill machines, and the responsible cost center is the one whose responsibility is to organize the event.
Okay.
So requesting cost center drill machine have started this campaign trade fairs to market the drill machines, and the responsibility to conduct this trade fair is on trade fair cost center.
Okay.
Okay. So for this internal orders, the cost is recorded on internal order, and later on it is settled through cost center trade fairs. Okay.
Okay.
So that is the meaning. So if any other fields applicable, then you can assign. So go to control data. Here the system status says it is says how it says CRTD. Just a second. I'll just have to check how it's showing CRTD. Oh ho ho. We have to exit. No. Here it should be said release. We have to save it again. We have mark release. Okay. Now I'll create it again.
Okay.
Go to control data. Now it says release.
Release.
Release means it passes through three statuses. Release means internal order can be settled in cost object, that is cost center.
Okay.
Okay. So if this internal order is assigned to any while recording any posting any expenses regarding the any event for which the internal order is created, then that internal order is available for settlement. The second status is technically completed. When you post a transaction referring the internal order, the status automatically changes to technically completed.
Okay.
Okay. And when you close, when the status is closed, then you you cannot post a transaction referring the internal order, or even that internal order is not available for settlement. Okay. System will show you that the order is already closed.
Already closed. Okay.
Okay, so you cannot record a transaction on that internal order. So that is the statuses, three types of statuses. Okay. If if you select this checkbox statistical order, then you have to define the cost center to which the cost will be directly recorded.
Okay.
Okay, and if you not select this statistical order, it means it is an real internal order. Clear?
Okay. One second, sir. One second. Can you repeat the last point?
If this checkbox statistical order is not selected, it means this internal order is real internal order.
Real internal order. Okay.
Okay. Integrated planning, if you want to directly define the plan figures for internal order directly onto the internal order, then you can select this. Right now we not required it. Later on we'll change the status. Okay, then we'll select it.
Okay.
Then go to period end closing. Here there is a period end closing. Any activity you want to assign, you can assign. Then settlement to one receiver. If you want to settle this internal order using the settlement cost element with category 21 that we have created, we have checked during the assessment to cost center. So if you want to settle this internal order through uh, a secondary cost element with cost element category 21 on a single cost center, then you can use this settlement to one receiver. Okay.
Okay.
Like you want to settle the cost recorded on this internal order only to marketing cost center, then you can use this section. Okay.
Okay.
So another thing, another prerequisite I forgot. We'll keep this open. We have to create a marketing cost center and profit center also.
Okay.
So go to KCH
Because
5N.
we have created only for trade fair, not for the marketing, right?
Yes, we have to create the marketing also. I have forgotten that. So select this, go to select the group expense, then go to create profit center. Marketing profit center. Activate, activate again and save. Go back. OKEON. Select the group expense cost center. Create cost center. marketing cost center, person responsible, then category I'll select as marketing, organization, select profit business area, then select the profit center, marketing, indicators, then save it. Your data has been saved.
Okay.
We'll back to over here.
Mm.
If you want to settle this internal order to the multiple uh,
Cost
cost
center.
objects or
Okay.
cost centers, then you have to go to settlement rule.
Okay.
Do you remember this type of screen where you have seen it?
Settlement rule.
In asset accounting, we have seen it. This type of screen.
Um, no, sir, I don't remember the session actually.
We have seen it in the topic capitalization of asset under construction,
Okay.
where we have to settle the asset under construction to the multiple fixed assets.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So here we have to select the category as cost center, and here we'll define the settlement receiver. So here first I'll select the cost center as marketing. I'll assign it share 50%, then cost center category cost center. Here I will select the cost center as drill machine
Mention.
and share 50%. So here what I have defined at the expenses, the cost recorded on internal order trade fairs to be settled in marketing expenses and drill machine equally.
Okay.
Okay,
So
that I have
50%.
defined. Yes,
Okay.
the portion is as per the company's requirement.
Okay.
Okay, whatever their equation
Hmm.
to settle the cost, that
Okay.
the end user will specify.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
so go back. So you will see the single settlement, that section was disappeared because we have
Hmm.
settlement define the multiple settlement rule so
Hmm.
that this internal order can be settled on multiple cost centers.
Multiple cost centers. Okay.
Okay, so general data, if there
Hmm.
is any general data, any field is to be entered the data, then you can enter, or this is a separate module,
Mm-hmm.
so we are not concerned about it. So these are the data you have to specify on.
So 1 second. In this
Yeah.
control data, initially we were discussing about 3 types of internal orders, right? Real internal order, statistical internal order, and third one is real internal order with status.
Yes.
So the checkbox option statistical order, if we select this one, this will be the second method for which is referring to statistical internal order. And the status, system status, where we are giving the status, right? So this is the real internal order with status pattern?
Yes, this is the status number is 0
0. So this, if we are
because we
following
have
this pattern,
selected the order
okay,
type with 0 internal, 0 status.
0 status. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
So if you go to this allowed transactions,
Hmm.
you will find the list of transactions allowed
Hmm.
to which this internal order can be used to record the cost.
Okay.
So here this is FI postings,
Hmm.
then FI statistical postings. Then you can also use this internal order for uh, overhead distribution. Then assessment also you can use this internal order.
Okay.
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 Instead of uh, defining the sender cost center, you can define the sender internal order.
Okay.
You can settle this internal order in this assessment and distribution process also.
Okay.
Okay. So for that internal order also, for that process also, you can use this internal order.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So these are the transactions for which you can use this internal order. Clear?
Okay. Clear, sir.
Okay. So back. So I'll just check whether we have defined. Okay. So we have defined the parameters for our internal order. So click on save. So order was created with number 8 lakhs. So we have defined this number range interval. So system have picked up the number from the number range interval we have defined for order type. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So this is how a real internal order is created.
Okay. Okay.
So the next we have to create the second internal order, which is with user status.
Okay.
So we'll go back and we'll enter into the transaction again, and here we'll change the order types to internal order trade fair user status,
Okay.
and we'll refer this with internal order that we have just created
Okay.
with zero user status,
Okay.
and then go to master data, ignore this information.
Okay.
See, this is highlighted.
Highlight. Okay. Okay.
Okay. So the field is highlighted. That is the meaning of that highly.
Highly. Okay.
So here all the parameters will keep same. We'll just change the description, internal order, trade fair, user status. Okay. We'll keep all the parameters same in assignments. Control data, you will see it is changed to user status 1.
Okay.
And if you go to allowed transaction, here the some transactions are restricted. You will find some lesser transactions are there. Okay. Some transactions are restricted over here.
Okay.
And status, user status is showing as 1, status number 1. Go to
Okay.
period and closing and go to settlement rule, and we'll delete this multiple settlement. Go back, and now you will see the settlement to one receiver
Okay.
section is
Settlement to
now
one receiver. Okay.
highlighted. It is open.
Activated.
So here we'll
Okay.
select the settlement cost element, that is 21, with order category, with cost element category 21, and here we'll settle it on cost center marketing expenses. So this internal order says that the cost recorded on this internal order to be settled on the cost center marketing expenses, and it is to be settled through a secondary cost element which is used for, which is called the settlement cost element for internal order.
Okay.
When a cost is settled through settlement internal order, the cost stays on the primary cost center.
Okay.
Okay. And when it is transferred directly from primary cost element, then that the cost is reversed on that uh, primary cost element, making it that effect to zero.
Okay.
Are you getting it? If we see the
Hmm.
distribution,
Hmm.
in distribution, what happens? I have seen that in distribution and periodic reposting, what
Hmm.
happens? The cost that is recorded on primary cost element,
Hmm.
the system post a credit entry
Hmm.
to transfer the cost to the receiving cost center.
Yes.
Okay.
Hmm.
And making it the effect zero to the primary cost element. Correct?
Correct. Correct. Correct.
Okay. And what happens if we use the assessment through settlement cost element? The cost remains on primary cost element. It is just
Hmm.
uh, allocated, or it is just summarized to secondary cost element, and from that it is transferred to the respective cost center. It is just used for reporting purpose.
Yes. Yes.
The
Okay.
cost was is not actually transferred.
Hmm.
So that
Okay.
is the meaning for this settlement cost element.
Okay. Okay.
Clear?
Clear, sir. Clear.
Okay. So nothing to be changed further.
Hmm.
Now we'll click on save. The internal order was created with the next number is assigned,
Okay.
because we have used this same number range for in our internal order type with user status, same as our user status 0.
Okay.
So go back, and now we'll create the statistical internal order. Or you want to stop here and we'll discuss it later, or we'll
Hmm.
just, if you
Uh, we can finish this, sir. Statistical.
we can finish.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So again we have to create a cost center and profit center for motor expense also.
Okay.
So we'll go to another session, and first we'll create the profit center, KCH5N. Under expense, select expense group, create profit center, P, motor expense,
Hmm.
profit center, then person responsible, activate, activate again, then save. Go back, then OKEON, press enter, select cost center group, then create cost center, motor expense cost center, then here I'll select, you can select logistics, or you, okay, we'll select logistics, organization, then business area, profit center will assign the motor expense profit center, indicators all are open,
Okay.
save it. Okay, so we have created the marketing cost center and, sorry, cost center for motor expense and profit center for motor expense. So again, we'll go to this node create, and here the order type we will create select is with users internal order trade fairs with user status 0.
Okay.
And here also we'll refer this. Okay.
Mm.
So refer the internal order 1, the first internal order that we have created. So
Okay.
go to master data. We'll keep this same. We'll change the name for internal order, that is internal order for motor expense,
Correct.
statistical internal order.
Okay.
Then go to control data. First you have to then go to settlement rule, delete this settlements back, and you will see now this
Statistical order
checkbox
option.
is open for
Oh.
editing. So select this statistical internal order, and here actual postage cost center you have to assign the cost center motor expenses.
Okay.
That's it. Nothing to be maintained over here because internal or statistical internal order cannot be settled.
Mm. Okay.
So click on save. The order was created.
Okay. 8 lakh 2.
Okay. And now if you want to check the internal orders
Mm.
that you have created, you can go to this code KOK3. If you want to view it individually, you can go to this transaction code KO03, which
Okay.
is right over here. You have to enter the individual order number, or if you go to a transaction code KOK5,
Okay.
KOK5, and you have to select this SAP 01 standard
Mm-hmm.
variant, double click on it
Okay.
and click on execute. Ignore this warning
Okay.
by pressing enter, and you will see the list of internal orders created under controlling area DL4
Okay.
with all the parameters you can check. Okay, all the parameters were listed. What is the requesting cost center, whether it is, what is the uh, uh, cost centers through which the posting to be made directly,
Mm.
which is the settlement cost element, which is the cost center to which the cost to be settled. So all the summary you will get right over here.
Okay. Okay.
If you double click on any internal order,
Mm.
it will open the parameters that is set for particular internal order in display mode.
Okay.
So is it clear?
Yes, sir. It's clear.
Statistical internal orders and real internal order with user status. So whenever we create an internal order with the similar characteristics with the respective internal order, they will be grouped together. You can check that internal orders together.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the transaction code and menu path through SAP Easy Access. So SAP Easy Access, then accounting,
Master
controlling, then internal orders, master data, order
and
group, then
KOH1
KOH1.
Okay.
Double click on it. Then here we will give a group that is internal order group and our controlling area code DL4.
Oh.
Press enter. Then here we'll give a code description as internal order groups. Press enter. Then select this group and select lower level.
Okay.
Here we will give a name as internal order real. Real internal orders. Press enter. Then second group will create. To select this, create select same level. Here we'll give group as internal order user status. Real internal order user status. Then select this, select same level, internal order
Statistical.
statistical. Statistical internal orders. Press enter. Then we have to assign the orders that we have created. So select this group real and then select order. So here we'll have to assign the internal order based created under controlling area. So this is our internal order with real internal order. So we'll select this, then select group internal order with user status, then select order. First we'll select internal order statistical,
Okay.
and now select this internal order statistical internal order. Let's see. Okay. So here we have to assign the internal order with user status. Press enter. Somebody have used the same name. That's why it is coming. It has all came with plus sign.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the method to create a group for internal orders. Okay. So whenever you create a group, you have to assign it over here. If you have created a specific number range for a different number range for real internal order, different number range, then you can specify a number range interval. Then whenever you create a specific type of internal order, system will automatically assign into this group.
Okay.
Clear?
Yes.
So click on save. The changes have been saved. The group is created. Clear? How to create the group?
But what is the use of creating this group, sir?
We create a group so that we can uh, check the similar kind. We can find the uh, GLs with internal order with similar characteristics. That is
Okay.
the purpose.
Okay.
So now we'll see how to post into the internal order. So you can post the internal order with any of these transaction codes. You can post into internal order through GL posting, vendor invoice, customer invoice. Okay.
Okay.
Examples of internal orders are trade fairs, marketing campaign, repairing cost, etc. Okay.
Okay.
So we'll see how, before that, we required to create a GL for trade fairs to record the trade fairs cost. So first we'll go to transaction code FS00, FS00, and under expense we'll create GL for trade fairs. Primary cost, expenses, trade fairs, control data, sort key 001, and cost element category will be 1. Create bank interest, field status group. Here we'll select cost accounts and save it. So now we'll go to transaction code FB50 and okay. So we'll post it in uh, posting period 6. Then here select the GL trade fairs. Then debit, I'll put it as 50,000. Then select bank account, credit, or we can, I'll just change to 30,000. 30,000 here also. And here, since it is a primary cost element, so we have to assign the cost object. But here, instead of assigning cost center, we'll assign internal order. So here I will assign the first internal order and press enter. So see, all assignments are done. So the business area is auto populated and profit center is also auto populated from the GL account internal order that we have created. So we have assigned the profit center in for trade fairs in the internal order that we have created. For real internal orders, the cost center will not be entered because here is the concept that if you enter both real internal order and cost center both in source document line item, then real postings goes to internal order and statistical postings goes to cost center. So if you enter a cost center along with internal order, the system will understand it as a statistical internal order. So that thing a user needs to remember, that if it is a real internal order, then only internal order will be we need to assign to the line item. Clear?
Yes, sir.
We'll see this concept again when we assign the statistical internal order.
Okay.
So click on simulate and then post. So the document was posted. Then we'll post another transaction with internal order user status, and then we'll see these reports. Or you can check this report also. So we'll post this order into posting period 7. Again select trade fairs GL debit. Now we'll enter 20,000. Credit 20,000. And here also we'll assign the internal order that we have created with user status. Press enter, simulate, and then post. The document was posted. Now we'll post the statistical internal order. Data will be we'll post the data on the statistical internal order. We'll post it in current posting period. So before that, we have to check whether we have created the GL for motor expense. No. So we have to create. So what I will do, I'll just select this trade fairs, copy, change the number. Other properties are same. I'll have to just change the description, motor expense, and save it. So, so here we'll select the motor expense GL. Debit, I'll take same 20,000. Bank account, credit 20,000. And here I will select the internal order as statistical internal order and then press enter. So you will see system have automatically selected the cost center. In prior postings, system has not posted the cost center. Okay. Here system automatically selects the cost center because it is a statistical internal orders, and statistical internal orders cannot be settled on the cost object. Instead, the cost is directly recorded on the cost center. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. What it says that the motor expenses for a particular event, whichever is incurred, is directly posted to motor expense cost center. It cannot be itematized. Okay. You cannot itematize that out of 20,000, how much transportation or motor expense you have incurred in transporting the materials, the properties for drill machine, and how much you have incurred on transportation incurred on transporting the properties for hammers. Okay. So that is
Okay.
why it is the internal order is created to record the cost, the transportation expenses that we incurred for a particular event, for short term activity. Okay. That is the purpose of statistical internal order. So click on simulate, ignore this warning and post. The document was posted. So here the concept is, while posting a normal expenses on on a primary cost element GL, we have to assign the cost centers. But when you are posting an expenses for a particular event, say trade fairs, in that case, instead of assigning cost to the cost center, we assign it to the internal order. That is the difference between the postings. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'll go to this report to check our cost elements, postings on internal order. So SAP Easy Access controlling internal orders, then information system, reports for internal orders, then more reports, and orders breakdown by period. So here you can select a specific periods or then execute. The system will show you all the internal orders and the data posted on the internal orders. If you select a specific internal order, then system will show you the data posted on specific internal orders. That is this is the purpose of creating the order group. Clear?
So can you go back to the reports menu and come again?
Till here.
Yes.
Here you can specify a specific internal order,
Okay.
or you can, after specifying the controlling area, fiscal year, from and to posting periods,
Okay.
if you directly execute it, it will show you all the internal orders that is created.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
And with all the posting periods, if you select a specific internal order, it will show you the data on that specific internal order. If you go to double click, then actual items, So it will show you it is recorded on trade fairs cost element.
Okay.
That is the purpose of creating the internal order group, and this is how you can check the data posted on any internal order. Clear till now?
Yes, yes, sir. Clear.
Okay. So now we'll see how to settle the cost recorded on these internal orders. So there are two methods. The first method is to settle the internal order individually, okay, or else you can settle the internal order collect collectively also. Collective processing means you have to settle all the internal orders with user status 1. Then you can give the range of that internal orders and you can settle those. Or if you want to settle the individual internal orders, then you can use this transaction code or menu path. Okay, so these are the two methods. So we are going to discuss this method because we have selected two different internal order types. One is with uh, user status 0, one is with user status 1, and we have assigned different settlement rules. So we'll go to this menu path through SAP Easy Access. The internal order settlement is a period end closing activity. After you complete the event, when all the cost for incurred for the event or all the revenues generated through particular event is finalized, means the event is finalized, event is completed, then this cost you need to settle on the respective cost receivers that you have defined in the settlement rule. So we'll go to this menu path. SAP Easy Access, then
Accounting,
accounting, then controlling, internal
internal orders,
order, period and closing,
period and closing, single
then single
function,
functions, settlement,
elements. Okay.
individual processing. Double click on it. Here you need to select the internal order to be settled. So select this, search your internal order. First we'll select this internal order. Then you have to select in which period you want to settle and when it was posted. Okay. Then fiscal year, processing type automatic, and first we have to run it, execute it in test run mode. So
Okay.
select test run. You also select check transaction data also. And if you want to check before executing the test run, you want to check what is the settlement rule defined for this internal order. So go to settlement rule and you will define that it is to be defined, it is to be settled on marketing cost center 50% and drill machine cost center 50%. So
Okay.
this is the settlement rule defined for this internal order through internal order type.
Okay.
Okay, because we have created this internal order under a particular internal order type, and this settlement rule is defined on particular internal order type. So first we'll execute it in a test run mode. So it says settlement executed 1, error 0, and you will find here it is settled on 30th of September 24. That is the last day of the posting period. The currency is USD. Okay. So go back and unmark this checkbox and execute it as update run. So it is executed. Go back, and if you go to this report and if you execute it again and go to internet, the settlement was done. The cost is transferred from this internal order to the receiver. So double click on this posting period and orders actual line items and choose. It is settled through secondary cost element internal order settlement that we have defined in allocation structure with the element category 21. If you change layout and you will see CO partner object name, continue, it is settled on marketing cost center 50%, 50%. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Now we'll see the settlement for the next internal order, that is internal order trade fair with user status, and the posting period settlement period will be 7, data posted in 7 only. Here also you can check the settlement rule. Here we have defined the settlement receiver as 1. Okay, only single settlement receiver. Go back, execute as test run. It is executed with no zero errors. So here if you scroll down, here is the posting date. So go back, unmark this test run checkbox, execute. It is executed with no errors. Go back, and if you back to this report, go back, execute it again, and now if you go to this, it is also settled. So double click on posting period 7, orders with actual line items, continue. So it is settled through secondary cost element for internal order settlement, and it is settled on the cost center for marketing cost center. This settlement is also clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So third is motor expenses and statistical internal orders are not settled. It cannot be settled. Now we'll see how you can plan input activity directly on internal order type. So you can define the plan figures for the internal order type, and you can compare the actual cost incurred or actual revenue generated against those plan figures. Okay. Similarly, as we have checked during the uh, distribution and assessment for cost center, first we define the planning figures on primary cost element, and then we book record the actual cost, and we have compared the uh, variances. So same you can perform over here. So for that, first you have to check whether you have activated the internal order planning for your internal order type. So while defining the internal order type, you have to select the integrated planning for order type as default. So we'll go to this menu path or transaction code to check whether we have activated the internal order planning activity on internal order. So now we'll go to, okay, we'll keep this open and we'll go from here. SPRO, okay, display IMG, then controlling internal orders, planning, basic setting, integrated planning for in internal order type as default. Execute this, then search for your internal order, that is trade fairs DL7, and you have to activate it. Integrated planning for your internal order. Then click on save, create new request, and integrated planning for order type as default. Integrated planning for order type as default. Save and continue. Then we have to define the general parameters for planning profile, on which group or which cost elements you want to define the plan figures. That we have to define under this general parameters planning profile. But before that, we have to create the group for our cost elements. And to do that, this is the transaction code KAH1. KAH1. Here we can select group as cost element group for controlling area DL4. Give description cost element group for DL4. Select this group, then click on lower level. Here, cost element expense, expense cost elements, press enter. Select the group and select same level. Here you can select cost elements revenue, revenue cost elements, and select same level, and you can select cost elements secondary. Secondary cost elements. Now select cost element for expense and select this cost elements, and if you click here and search for cost elements, so you will find that here is the range of your cost elements. It starts with 4 lakh. So you can define the group over here. Range is 4 lakh to 4 and press enter. All elements will assign over here. And if further also, when you create further cost elements within this number range series, it will get assigned to this group. Similarly, for revenue, select revenue group, select cost elements, and here you can give the range for your revenue cost elements. And secondary cost element, select cost element, and we have created a group with number series starts from 5. So this way you can create a group for your expense cost, primary cost elements, then revenue elements and secondary cost elements. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Then click on save. The changes have been saved. And now we have to go to this maintain planning profile for overall planning. We have defined the planning profile for our internal order type. So we have to assign this cost element group to this cost element group expenses to this planning profile, so that the end users can able to define the plan figures on this cost elements. So we'll go to this menu path in IMG activity, display IMG controlling, then internal orders, planning, manual planning, maintain planning profiles for overall planning, execute it, maintain, again click on maintain, define planning profiles for overall planning. Then we have defined this planning profile for internal order DL4. Double click on it, and here you have to assign the respective cost element or revenue cost element group if you want to maintain a plan figures with this planning profile only for any of these units. Say if you want to maintain the planning profile, a planning plan figures for cost elements under the group, and if you assign this cost element group over here, then this planning profile will only be restricted to that cost element or revenue element group only. So here we'll assign the cost element group. So click on the search and enter your chart of accounts and continue. So this is the group for expense cost element we have created. So double click on it, press enter. So this customization is clear.
Yes, sir.
Then click on save, go to own request, and we have created the planning profile for internal order. So select that customization request, choose and continue to update this customization that we have already created. So go back, exit from here, and now we'll see how to define the planning figures on internal order. But before defining that, we have to activate the integrated plan integrated order for internal order in the internal order that we have, that end user have defined. So we'll go to this transaction code which is used to change the internal order. So we'll go to the SAP Easy Access, then accounting, controlling, internal orders, master data, current settings, so special functions, order, and change. Double click on it. Here we'll select the order as real internal order and click on master data and go to control data, and you have to activate this plan integrated order on this order type, on this internal order, which is internal order trade fairs, and save it. So we have activated the plan integrated figures for internal order. So now we'll go to this menu path to update the plan figures for the internal order. The menu path is SAP Easy Access, then accounting, controlling, internal order, planning, then overall values, and change. So we'll enter the internal order, then the version, and click on overall planning. Here we have defined in planning profile 3 prior posting periods, fiscal years, we define the planning range that we want to plan the figures 3 years prior to the current fiscal year and next 5 years to the current fiscal year. So here the total fiscal years as according to our planning profile it is shown. So select the current fiscal year and click on primary cost, and here you will find all the primary cost element GLs. So here against the primary cost trade fairs we will define the plan total plan cost in controlling area currency. So press enter. If you select this period screen, if you select this cost element trade fair and then click on period screen, it will show you that system have distributed the total plan cost over the period of 12 posting periods equally in 12 posting periods. Back to overview screen and you can save it. It says the planning data were saved temporarily. You can also define the overall planning figures for all these fiscal years. That is called the overall planning. So if you want, you can figure as 60,000 USD or USD, then entered. So it says that for all these fiscal years, you have defined the planned fixed plan cost as 60,000 USD. That is the meaning of this planning figures to define the plan figures for the internal order. Clear?
Sir, what is that P stands for next to that planned total? I mean, before that planned total, P. Can you expand that?
This
Yes.
plan value origin.
Okay.
See, that is cost element.
Okay.
What is the plan value origin? That is cost element. It originated for this fiscal year. This plan cost originated from where? So it is C means cost element. We have defined this figure on cost elements, na?
Okay. Okay.
Correct?
Okay.
Yeah. That is the meaning of this character C.
Okay.
हेलो सर.
Hello.
सर ये पर्टिकुलर एक्सपेंस का भी प्लान डाल सकते हैं क्या, मतलब ये बजट टाइप है क्या?
Not budget. Budget is different, planning is different. Budget means you are defining a fixed expenses. Like you are defining the boundaries. Okay. For example, if you specify that I'm going, our company is allowed to make expenses up to rupees 60,000. That is called budget. You cannot go beyond that budget because the funds allotted are 60,000. That is called budgeting. Planning means company may incur expenses of 60,000. That is called planning, plan figures. It can go beyond 60,000. The actual expenses can go beyond 60,000. But if you specify a budget of 60,000, then you are specifying a limit for the expenses, that the expenses for a particular event cannot go beyond 60,000. You have only 60,000 to be expense out. That is the difference between plan figures and budgeted figures. Clear?
Okay.
So this concept is clear.
Yes, sir.
So click on save. So now the data is saved. So if you go to this report and go back and execute again, so you will find that the plan figures were updated over here. Or if you can, we'll exit from this and we'll specify a particular order over here and execute. So it will show you the particular plan figures. Okay. So, or even if we'll just check the cost element also, if we can see the, yes, here, here is the total, here is the actual cost incurred against what is the plan figures. So there is a variance of $1,500, $1,500. Okay. So this way you can compare against the plan expenses against the actual expenses incurred. Clear?
Yes, sir.
The next method, this is a first method. So the second method is that you can create a plan figures, or you can copy the plan, you can define the plan figures by copying the actual expenses you have incurred. So it's like you are defining the uh, plan figures for your internal, for the uh, your cost elements by referring the actual expenses incurred. Okay. In the
Okay.
previous method, what we have done, we have defined the plan figures. Okay. Here in this method, we will copy the figures from the actual expenses that we have incurred to define the plan figures.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll see how it happens. So it is the second method of defining the plan data on internal order, but it is optional to use it if it, this method is followed by a company if it's they are using this method as to define the plan figures, but the standard one is that we have discussed previously. So to define this, to perform this activity, we have to go to the transaction code KO15, or this is the menu path through SAP Easy Access. So menu path is SAP Easy Access, then accounting, controlling, internal orders, planning, planning aids, copy actual to plan. Execute this. Here, first you have to create the variant. So select this create variant. Here you can give a name, that is ZTEL4. You can give any name and then click on create. Here you have to select, will select the statistical internal order, then controlling area, then company code, and okay, then we go back and then save it, and here we'll give as actual to plan DL4 protect variant, so nobody can change this variant, and click on save. The variant is saved. Then you can go back and you can select this variant ZDL4. Okay, now here we have to select the a template, means the data from a posting period where we want to, from which actual data we want to copy. So we have entered the data for statistical internal order, so we have to check the posting period. That, so the posting period is 8. So here to enter posting period 8 into and from column, then fiscal year 24. Then we have to select the plan version, and when you are defining the plan figures by copying the actual expenses incurred, then the two, the actual and plan, both the posting period should be same, and also the fiscal year. So this data template, actual, target, plan, posting period and fiscal year should be same. Now select the radio button, select actual data, and click on this selection. Select primary cost and then continue. If there is an existing plan data that you want to change, so select do not change, or if you want to change it, then select reset and overwrite, and select test run, and first we'll execute it in update test run. So the currency is INR. So go back and unmark this checkbox and execute it as update run. So it is updated on cost element. The transaction currency is INR. So go back, and if you go to this report, order breakdown, actual plan variances, then go back and execute it again. So you will see the plan figures that were updated, because it is assumed that these actual figures were in INR, and from that system have calculated the plan figures in USD, because for this selection the planning currency were transaction currency. Okay, have you got this?
No, sir, I didn't get this point.
Basic, see, we have this internal order is displaying the actual data in controlling area currency.
Yes.
Okay, because we have recorded expenses in INR, and this
Okay.
internal order is displaying the expenses actual data in USD.
Okay.
Okay, so what task we have performed, that we have copied the data from actual figures, we have copied actual figures to define the plan figures.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
so what's, and when we defined, uh, it says that the transaction currency is INR. So plan figures we are defining in INR, but for system, the system is going to record it in controlling area currency.
Okay.
So the system understands that this 1,666 is not in USD, it is in
Mm.
INR. So
Okay.
system have converted this 1,666 USD into 313 USD.
Okay. Okay.
The system,
Automatically, this taking into
yes,
USD.
instead of understanding it as USD, system have considered it as INR
Okay. Okay.
and then convert it into USD.
Okay.
Okay, but this is not the correct amount. So what we can do, we have to again changed it. So other things will remain same.
Mm.
You have to go to planning currency. You will see the plan currency is transaction currency.
Okay.
You have to change it to controlling area
Controlling
currency.
area currency. Okay.
Then continue,
Mm.
continue. Then you have to select reset and overwrite. Then test run, because system will reset this amount and overwrite it.
Okay.
So you have to give system, you have to give the permission
Mm.
that the system can reset and overwrite the plan figures.
Okay.
That is the purpose of this radio button.
Okay.
So we'll select again test run
Done.
first
And
to check
then execute.
and then execute. So you will see here the transaction currency, earlier it was showing as INR.
Mm.
It is not showing it now.
Now. Okay.
So go back, unmark this checkbox and execute it in update run.
Okay.
So here saying the existing data in the target version will be overwritten.
Mm.
Do you really want to copy?
Okay.
So click on yes. And if you go to this report,
Mm.
go back, execute it again, and you will find,
Okay.
okay,
Okay. Okay.
it
No.
is copied same as the actual expenses.
Okay.
So this is how you can define the plan figures by copying the actual expenses incurred.
Okay. Okay.
So that completes the topic of internal order.
Okay.
So